Are we rolling?
They're live streaming, not recording. Okay.
I will call this meeting of the Legislative and Citizen Commission on Minnesota Resources together. It is Tuesday, June 27th, and we are coming to you from the Minnesota State Capitol on this beautiful summer day. This meeting is going to be hybrid, so we have some members who are going to be virtual here with us and is available on screen as well. The meeting is being held in accordance with Minnesota Statute 13D.05, state entity meetings by telephone or interactive technology. Meetings, times, agenda, and materials can be found on the LCCMR meeting page. To provide feedback on digital accessibility, there is a form, and for more accommodation, there's also the FAQs for disability access. With that, we will take the roll.
Gibson. Here. Gibson present. Hansen.
Present.
Hansen present. Per.
Present.
Per present. Acom.
Present.
Acom present. Albrecht.
Present.
Albrecht present. Backer.
Backer present.
Backer present. D-stick. D-stick is excused. Faber.
Faber present.
Faber present. Green is excused. Heinzman. Heinzman. Hollins.
Present.
Hollins present. Langseth is excused. Moore. Moore is excused. Morrison.
More present, sorry.
More present.
Moore present. Morrison.
Present.
Present.
Morrison present.
Morrison present.
Peichel.
Michael present.
Peichel present. Reese. Reese. Westrom. Westrom. Currently, there are 11 members present, 3 absent.
And if people, those here in the room could move the microphone very close to them when they're speaking. And we have some feedback. Becca, is it working a little better now?
I think I don't hear it now, but we've got somebody troubleshooting in case it happens again.
Is there a motion to approve the minutes for June 22nd and 23rd?
So moved.
Representative Hollins moves the 22nd and the 23rd. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Faber.
No, I'm ready.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Minutes are approved. Members report any potential conflicts of interest regarding today's business. Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to report conflicts for 2024-064, 2024-136, and 2024-277 as listed in the materials.
Any other conflicts? On screen. Oh,
I didn't see that I have,
Oh, not today. Okay.
not today.
Okay.
No.
anyone on screen? Then we will start again with the Environment Trust Fund 2024 proposal presentations. The schedule, we are starting right away with proposal ID 2024-170. This is on page 6, number 73. The presenter, John Mertens, completing the Mississippi River Greenway in Dakota County by Dakota County. Welcome, Mr. Mertens. You and all presenters, there's 15 minutes allotted, 5 minutes for presentation and 10 for questions and answers. So welcome and proceed.
Good morning, Chair Hansen, committee members. Again, my name is John Mertens. I'm a planner with Dakota County. Thank you for the opportunity to present our LCCMR funding request. The Mississippi River Greenway in Dakota County is our signature greenway. Once completed, it will serve as the state route for the Mississippi River Trail and will also serve as the active transportation route for the Great River Road. It connects 27 miles from St. Paul to Hastings.
Mr. Mertens, if you could just speak closer to the mic, so we're having a little trouble hearing you.
Okay. It connects 27 miles from St. Paul to Hastings and is within the National Park Service's Mississippi National River Recreation Area. Is that better? Can you hear me better?
It's still a little hard, but we're trying to concentrate.
Okay. Get a little closer to the mic here. Today, 25 of the 27 miles of trail are completed. The final 2-mile gap will be under construction later this year. The effort to complete this greenway began in the early 90s. So we've been working on this project for over 30 years. The vision for greenways in Dakota County integrates multiple public values into a single corridor that supports active transportation, recreation, linking and improving ecological habitat and water quality, cultural and natural resource interpretation. The focus of our LCCMR request is to make greenways green. 3 activities we are proposing are to restore habitat, establish native plantings along sections of the greenway that follow road right-of-way, install EV charging stations at existing trailheads along the corridor. More specifically, we propose to restore 8 degraded natural areas ranging from 2 acres to 17 acres, totaling an estimated 54 acres. These areas are focused in South St. Paul and Ember Grove, sections that have a more urban in nature, that is more urban in nature. The second item is establishing native plantings along 5 miles of greenway that follow county roads. Currently, this environment is mostly a monotype bluegrass. We're suggesting introducing pollinator plantings, native trees, rainwater gardens along these corridors that are currently along roads. And then the last item is to install 7 electric charging stations at trailheads along the greenway to support not just electric cars, but also electric bikes and mobility devices. In closing, we believe the proposed projects will help improve the ecological, recreational, and sustainability of the Mississippi River Greenway, bringing it closer to our complete greenway vision. With that, I can entertain any questions or comments the committee members may have.
Members, any questions? Commissioner Faber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Mertens, I've got a question about visitorship or usership. Do you have an idea how many people are using this facility, the park as it is now, and what, you know, an enhancement like this might do to the usage of the park?
Mr. Mertens.
Mr. Chair, committee member. So today, our use is just over 200,000. This is a regional facility, so it is counted on, I think it's every other year we do user counts. So these improvements will be incremental. We believe that as the connections are made, and we made a major connection to St. Paul 2 years ago, we will begin to see use upwards of 500,000 to 400 to 500,000.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The question I have, you are doing some restoration projects. What's your plan for sustainable maintenance of keeping this ecological corridor clean and free of invasives?
Mr. Mertens.
Mr. Chair, committee member. So Dakota County is well-staffed to maintain natural areas along greenways and within our parks. We have a staff of approximately 10 staff members right now. And it is a growing area at Dakota County. So Dakota County is committed to the long-term management of these natural areas along our greenway system. And in many cases, we partner with our cities to help. And so we feel like we have the capacity to do long-term maintenance on all of our restore natural areas.
Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you said committed. Is that a financial commitment? Are you going to continue to do some work on these invasives? They are persistent.
Mr. Mertens.
Mr. Chair, Committee Member Gibson. Yes, Dakota County, we have a process in place when we manage greenways. Typically it's 5 to 7 years to get them to where they're more sustainable. And then after 7 years, they become less work but we will continue to stay on top of them.
Any other questions? Representative Hollins.
Thank you. This is maybe more a question for LCCMR staff, but I'm interested to know whether EV charging stations are considered, capital infrastructure, or if this is something that is definitely within our purview.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Chair and members, I would say that probably is capital infrastructure. Our statute says that our ENRTF funds may be spent for capital expenditures if I want to make sure that I get the language right, but it's to protect unique natural resources. We've heard from council on this, that this is could be interpreted fairly broadly. But we haven't had it challenged by anybody. So I think it's up to the commission to decide whether that's something that it's a priority to you. Part of the changes that were made in the legislative session last year that are not in effect yet would provide additional requirements on investments like this that would require its continued use for a certain amount of time. We don't have good provisions for that now. So you could build that in if you wanted to. If you wanted to recommend this, that could be a contingency, but it's not there now.
Representative Hollins.
No, just thank you. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Pickel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Nash's comment made me think, I'm curious what the useful life is for the EV charging equipment being considered.
Mr. Mertens.
Chair Hansen, Committee Member Pickel, I'm not sure. I think the technology is evolving. So my guess is, well, I'm not even going to guess, but currently Dakota County does manage a system of about 25 charge point stations. So we are the owners, and Charge Point actually is our the company we hire, but we facilitate those at our libraries and some of our parks and our service stations. So I guess the answer is I'm not sure what the useful life is. I can find that out though.
Ms. Nash, could staff check with MMB on bonding on any precedent on whether geo bonds have been used for EV charging stations, or if that's been cash?
We can do that, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just note in the budget that Dakota County has a 10% match, actually more than 10% of their total request, which is $675,000. They've got a $75,000 match, which is more than 10% of the $126,000 that is slated for the EV charging equipment. So even though it's not required for those capital improvement plans until after July 1, I note that they already do have some match in the project, but it would be interesting to know what the useful life of those EV charging stations are. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Mertens. Next up, proposal ID 2024-175, Romas Kozlauskas, enabling nature to destroy environmental PFAS contaminants. University of Minnesota College of Biological Science. Welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Romas Kozlauskas, and my colleague, who I believe will also be on this call, is Larry Wackett, and we are both biochemistry professors in the College of Biological Sciences. And my expertise is in enzymes, and Larry's expertise is in biodegradation. And we're grateful for the opportunity to present here. As I'm sure you've heard, PFAS is a serious contaminant and a big problem throughout Minnesota. I have a map behind me. They have been marked as harmful to human health by the EPA, and there are widespread contaminations throughout Minnesota. And they seem to be.
Dr. Kozlowski, if you could just wait for a second, we're trying to find out whether video is coming or not.
I'm glad to wait.
Anything?
Michael. There we go. Well,
There I am. Okay, I got bigger.
hang on a second.
Uh,
Not on the,
You're on one laptop, but not the rest of them. We can't see you. Becca can see you.
I
But
can see you.
Michael,
Mr. Chair, the room is set up so that it just automatically goes to the person. So I haven't been doing anything at any of the meetings to highlight any of the speakers. So, and it's showing up on YouTube, but
members aren't seeing it. We can see you in one cell. Then it should switch if someone else talks.
Can Mr. Kozlowski or Dr. Kozlowski say something?
Dr. Kozlowskis, could you just speak to so we can hear you?
Sure, testing 1, 2, 3.
Okay, there we are. Yay. Proceed.
Great.
Well, there you are.
All right, thank you. As I mentioned, the PFAS are a big problem, and they are going to be very expensive to clean up. The current estimate is up to $28 billion to clean them up. And one of the reasons that it's going to be so expensive to clean them up, especially soil, is that the current methods are going to be to dig them up, treat them with some sort of harsh chemicals, maybe heat, and put them back. This is going to cause disruptions in wildlife habitats as well as extreme expenses. And what we're hoping for and what this proposal is about is a natural process to get rid of these PFAS without all this intervention. And I'd like to first give you an example of a natural process that we already use to clean up contaminants in Minnesota, and that involves gasoline. So in underground tanks in a gasoline station, sometimes they leak and they contaminate the surrounding soil. And the people dig up the gas tank for replacement, but the surrounding soil they leave in place, and they just mix in a little bit of fertilizer and weight. And what happens then is that naturally occurring microorganisms in the earth will grow because of the fertilizer that's been added. They will eat the gasoline and decontaminate the soil. And after a few weeks, they can simply put in the new gas tank and cover everything up at minimal expense without extensive remediation. So we're proposing to do a similar approach with PFAS. the twist that has to come is that there aren't naturally occurring microbes all throughout the environment that degrade PFAS. These organisms are extremely rare, but they do exist, and they also grow poorly. So our approach is going to be, instead of putting the organisms in there, we are going to grow the organisms in a lab, extract out the key thing out of them that degrades those PFAS, and put that on the soil to degrade the PFAS. And that special thing that we are going to put on is our enzymes. And enzymes are proteins that are molecular machines. And I went through my house to find some examples of enzymes, and I went to my laundry room, and I've got some laundry detergent, and this contains a protease enzyme, so that if I have food or blood or sweat on my clothes, the proteases will break those things down into smaller bits, make them easier to wash away. I don't need as much soap. I don't need as much hot water. I went to my kitchen. I found some, let's see if you can see that, meat tenderizer. It's maybe hard to read, but this is going to make tough cuts of meat a little bit easier to chew. And I've got my COVID test here. Well, it's difficult to show these. Maybe I have to put them right next to me. My COVID test, and the enzyme in there is the thing that makes the little pink stripes that tell you whether it's positive or negative. It's an enzyme that creates that color. And the way people manufacture these, get these enzymes in these products, is that they'll manufacture them in something that looks like a beer brewery. Then they'll isolate the enzymes, purify them, and put them into these products. And that is going to be the approach that we're proposing to take as well. So our idea is to first identify some of these enzymes that break down PFAS. We have a half a dozen microbes already in the laboratory, which can break down PFAS. We would identify which enzymes there are, make those enzymes on a larger scale in the lab, and test them in the lab with some samples of contaminated soil and see that they break down. In the future, what we would hope to do is work with engineers and regulators and actually test this on a contaminated site out in nature, but that's a future project. And we hope that this approach will change these, what are called now forever chemicals, into no longer there chemicals using this natural process. And I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Commissioner Faber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Professor Kozlowskis, I'm curious, I mean, there's a lot of enzymes on the landscape, so to speak. Do you have some indications or some other work been done or something that would give you, some ideas? Because I don't think you're going to use a dartboard approach, I wouldn't think, to be testing things, that you didn't think would have. So you have some ideas, or a group or some individual enzymes that might be suitable for this process?
Dr. Kozlowskis.
Chair Hansen and members, thank you very much for the question. Yes, we have a clear, there are some hypotheses on which enzymes are doing this, these reactions. I have one example behind me. It sort of points to one of the bonds. And one of the hypotheses is that there's an enzyme, a decarboxylase type enzyme, that could break that bond, and that weakens the rest of the molecule and makes it easier to remove those fluorides. So that's one possible enzyme that we could be using. Yes, there are papers that have identified specific enzymes that degrade various PFAS molecules.
Great, thanks.
Commissioner Moore, and then Commissioner Hopkins.
Thank you, Chair Hansen. Thanks for the presentation. Do you have any concerns about any unintended negative impacts of these enzymes if distributed on the landscape, or any mechanisms to be able to test for unintended negative consequences of the enzymes? Dr.
Kozlowskis.
I'd like to maybe give an example of something that one of my colleagues, my collaborator on this project, Larry Wackett, did about 20 years ago. There was a spill of atrazine in North Dakota, and he had an enzyme that could degrade the atrazine, and they spread it out, waited several months, and then went back and tested for the presence of atrazine and also for the presence of the enzyme. And they didn't have any unintended consequences with that. It worked very well. The land could be returned to farming. So, go ahead.
Well, I was going to just add to that. So I'm Larry Wackett. So I'm the professor that presided over that cleanup. And we also work in that case with the state regulators and the EPA. So, we wouldn't just go to a site and use some enzyme that we were testing in the laboratory, but we would, everything is documented. The regulators look at the procedure that they're using, and then they would be involved in it at every step of the way. So we know how to go through those processes.
Just a follow-up, Chair Hansen, if possible.
Commissioner Moore.
Thank you. I'm not quite sure that answered my question. That seemed more like an anecdotal example of a data point of one, that there was no evidence of an enzyme post-use. Is there any systematic evaluation that is intended to test for unintended consequences of the enzymes if distributed in the environment?
Dr. Kozlowskis.
I mean, I might just add then that I'd say bioremediation, we've developed also another process with working, not on PFAS, but another chemical with the DuPont Chemical Company. And I was a consultant for bioremediation companies that did dozens of cleanups using enzymes. So, so there's more than one case. I think that, again, it's more the dealing with the regulatory agencies. They look at the process and then they want to know, what's your enzyme? What tests have you done to show that there's no toxicity to the enzyme? So I think if those processes are followed, I'm not aware of any bad consequences of using an enzyme.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Hollins.
Thank you. Sorry, I apologize. So I have two questions. The first one is, and I guess it's similar to the last question. I would like to know sort of what the byproduct of this enzyme degradation is. Chemicals don't just disappear, right? My rudimentary understanding of chemistry is that they don't just disappear. So I'm kind of interested to know, what do they break down into? What are we left with?
Yeah,
Dr.
so.
Kozlowskis.
Oh, okay. You want to field it?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Larry.
Go ahead.
Okay, I was just going to add that we're working on a number of these fluorinated compounds. And the byproduct is fluoride, which is what's put in toothpaste, as well as in fluoridation of water. So in that case, the concentration is usually about a part per million or less. So if we're degrading on the order of either parts per trillion or parts per billion, it would be under the level of fluoride that's actually put into water to harden your teeth.
Representative Hollins.
Okay, and my second question is, obviously, I do think the state has an interest in correcting what we've got with the PFAS situation, but I'm also interested to know, do you have any corporate support? Because 3M, that's just outside of my district, is steeply responsible for our PFAS situation. And so have you worked in conjunction with them at all?
Dr. Kozlowskis.
Chair Hansen and members, yes, we've been in contact with 3M and talked to them about their various efforts. They've been reluctant to do any sort of formal support of this. They were actually quite wary of additional legal liability if they started to get involved in this. But we have talked to them informally.
Thank you.
Commissioner Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do note, though, that in your long-term implementation and funding, you mentioned that you will be working with BioMade, which is a national center for furthering biomanufacturing that involves companies such as Cargill. Has Cargill been discussing PFAS as it relates to their business model?
Dr. Kozlowskis.
Thank you, Chair Hansen and members. Thank you for mentioning BioMade. That's a federal program that started in 2021, and the legislature just voted this year to support this. And I think the connection to BioMade would be that it would be for manufacturing the enzyme. When we got to the point where we would need to make larger amounts of the enzyme, then these the BioMade consortium could be helpful for that. So in our thoughts with Cargill, I was thinking they are a manufacturer and they may be involved in the manufacturing. We have not talked to them about their concerns about PFAS in foods or anything like that, but that is something that we could discuss with them.
Thank you. I think that's it for time's up. So thank you for your presentation. Next up is proposal ID 2024-185, Elena West, Bioacoustic for Species Monitoring and Conservation, Phase 2. It's on page 6, number 75, University of Minnesota College of Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resources. Welcome and proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. I'm Elena West, and I'm a faculty member in the Department of Fisheries, Wildlife, and Conservation Biology at the University of Minnesota. And thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My collaborators include the Minnesota Cooperative Fish and Wildlife Research Unit, Audubon, Minnesota, which is the state chapter, the Audubon chapter of Minneapolis, and the Cedar Creek Ecosystem Science Reserve. So in the 2 years since our Environment and Natural Resources Trust Fund Bioacoustics project began, we've collected thousands of hours of audio data from hundreds of locations around the state as part of our broad-scale, fine-resolution acoustic monitoring survey for red-headed woodpeckers across their potential breeding range in the state. We're also testing the ability of different machine learning algorithms to detect red-headed woodpeckers from the audio data that we've collected. So the devices we use are essentially circuit boards with a battery pack attached to them. You can see that in the photo behind me. They fit in the palm of your hand. They take 3 AA batteries, and they can be left in the woods for days or months, and they record basically the same things that a human would hear in that same spot. Everything from birds to frogs to wind, rain, but without humans having to stand in that spot for days or months at a time. So it's a much more efficient way to collect data at broad spatial and temporal scales. And what's also happened in the last 2 years is that artificial intelligence algorithms that can automatically identify thousands of species of vocalizing taxa with pretty high confidence are also now available. So we can not only now collect more data in more places and over large time scales, we can also analyze these large data sets much, much faster for a greater number of acoustically active species. So this is really an unprecedented approach to biodiversity monitoring and conservation. And I think it has particular relevance as a tool in habitats where more traditional survey methods are maybe difficult or impossible, like, for example, lands under private ownership. More than 70% of lands in our state are under private ownership, and we have a pretty limited understanding of how these lands support avian diversity. So in this context, passive acoustic monitoring really allows us to not only document and preserve valuable species information for the historical record, but also to better understand how public and private lands support rare and declining species, which can help us improve habitat management and conservation outcomes. So our approach here draws on the acoustic monitoring framework that we've established for a single species, the red-headed woodpecker, through a statewide citizen science program that would provide acoustic monitoring devices to landowners, leveraging Minnesotans' enthusiasm and interest in birds to help collect multi-species diversity data on private lands. So in short, our proposal puts more boots on the ground, so to speak, to document avian diversity in the state and really provide key information for management and conservation moving forward. So this sort of statewide citizen science-based avian acoustics project is, I think, really a logical next step that would build on the work we've been conducting over the last 2 years with generous support from the trust fund. Our experience with our current framework puts us in a really perfect position to engage Minnesotans in an important data collection effort to provide foundational data on birds, avian diversity in Minnesota, including rare and declining species. This project also would provide University of Minnesota students the opportunity to be involved in data collection and analysis of these large bioacoustic data sets through training and mentorship. Students in FWCB in my department, they need real-world experience and training, and this project would support them in being able to not only get their education while also gaining relevant experience and marketable job skills, which I think is really important for students. So I think with that, I'll end. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members, for your time. I'm happy to take any questions.
Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I love this project so much. I am curious, though, if there's more beyond just presence and general activity that can be detected. Are we getting maybe directional information on travel, if that's happening, or counts off of various sounds that we're recording?
Dr. West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. Thank you for that question. There's a lot of research right now on developing those kinds of, answering those kinds of questions. One approach that people can take, that researchers are taking, is basically setting up an array of devices, and that can really help you figure out kind of the physics of sound. And that can give you more information on location of species and potentially abundance. So we're really kind of at the forefront of these kinds of data analyses and how the field method actually then can be applied in terms of data analysis. So I think we're going to get there. We're not quite there yet, but people are working really, really hard on that, and it's exciting.
Representative Acom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. West, for your presentation. I will say, like Commissioner Peichel, I am a big supporter of this project for a number of reasons. I'm a former University of Minnesota Fish and Wildlife student, and so the experience that students can get is really valuable. I've done many a point count in my life, and so this is a really great alternative. And I also love the whole incorporation of citizen science. And so I also want to point out that yesterday there was a really great story on this project on NPR News, and so encourage commissioners to look for that. I don't have a question, really just wanted to voice my support and appreciate the really innovative way of trying to gather data, recognizing the challenge it is to get people boots on the ground out in the fields to get all of this information about really important species. So thanks for the work on this issue.
Commissioner Faber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I, like Commissioner Peichel and Commissioner Acom, am a strong supporter. I too am a graduate of the University of Minnesota Fish and Wildlife Program. a long time ago. And also have been a long supporter of the red-headed woodpecker project out at Cedar Creek. My question is this, Dr. West, I'm sure you have or have an understanding that the commission and the ENRTF supported, I think, the entire breeding bird survey that Minnesota completed, I don't know, 6-8 years ago, which we were behind many other states in the United States doing that. So now that we have that, and Audubon, Minnesota was one of the players in that big project. I would assume that this data, I too have done point count surveys, but I did them on hazel grouse in Sweden back in the day when I was going to graduate school. Anyways, that this data would be, I would assume is very complementary, great complement to the breeding bird survey. Have you discussed, how that would work? It's going to be all over the state, and that sort of thing. And I would think that that would be a great way to tie those two together. Dr. West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members, and thank you for that question. Yeah, I think I am aware that the trust fund supported, I believe it was the Breeding Bird Atlas. Is that correct? Right. And that ended, I think, almost a decade ago. So in that sense, I do think that updating breeding bird survey data is important for the long term. And then here, what I'm really proposing to do is expand to collect data on public land, to continue collecting data on public land, but also to expand to private lands. And I don't think that the Breeding Bird Atlas really did much work on private lands. So I think in that sense, it could be pretty complementary.
Commissioner Faber. No, I'm a strong supporter. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Like everyone else, this is a great project. My neighbor across the street collects bird migration data, and it's all identified by calls as the birds come to, primarily the warblers come over at night, and then it's inputted into Cornell. Are you using some of that data to see where some of these birds are going? So then you could track it and put some of these acoustic devices there on private land.
Dr. West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. Thank you, Commissioner Gibson, for that question. I think that Cornell uses radar data for that data set to look at migration, which is a really neat application of that technology. I think there is some potential for that application with passive acoustic monitoring. Obviously, birds kind of higher, that are flying in are going to be quite a ways away from the ground. And so I think that's where the opportunity would lie, is sort of teasing apart some of that with migrating birds. But I think placing devices on private lands during migration is really exciting to look at potential and over time, to gather potential change data with migration in terms of phenology and sort of the timing of arrival. How is that changing for different species? And maybe it's not. So in that sense, I think there could be some complementary information using Cornell's data as well. I hope that helps answer your question.
Commissioner Gibson.
Mr. Gibson.
Yes, it did answer part of it. My neighbor always tells me that they're flying pretty low, and the next day I'll see some of them in my yard. So it's pretty exciting.
Yeah.
And I obviously have private land. My second question, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
I went to a class on acoustics on bats. And I was wondering, is there any future for grabbing some of those sounds, or can this device do that? And I know our bat population is getting pretty low. Is there any future for acoustics in that area?
Dr. West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. Thank you for that question, Commissioner Gibson. Chair Gibson, I should say. So yes, a lot of people are using this type of technology, passive acoustic monitoring, for bat monitoring. The devices are similar. People use audio moths, which is the device that I'm showing behind me, that can collect a very wide frequency of sound, and bats obviously emit sound at a very high frequency. So the step then is to have analysis software that allows you to pull out those really high frequency sounds. So there's a little bit of a different approach in terms of the analysis, but it's basically the same. And a lot of people are working on that issue. So one really exciting thing about these kinds of devices is that you can set a schedule. You could record for 3 hours in the morning and 3 hours at night, for instance. And so that allows you to capture both diurnal and nocturnal species. There's a lot of different work that's happening in that realm. So certainly this type of technology has a lot of application for bats and other nocturnal species.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. West. Next up.
Thank you.
Proposal ID 2024-189. Roger Ruin, preventing PFAS and microplastic contaminants across Minnesota. It's on page 6, number 76, University of Minnesota College of Food, Agricultural, and Natural Resources. Welcome and proceed.
Well, good morning and thank you, Honorable Representative Chair, Mr. Hansen, and all committee members. I appreciate this opportunity to discuss our proposals and more importantly, to listen to your comments, suggestions, and answer any questions you may have. My name is Roger Ram, a professor of bioproducts and biosystems engineering and director of Center for Biorefining at the University of Minnesota. Now, first of all, I would like to address the problems our project aims to solve. PFAS and microplastic are persistent chemicals that can accumulate in fish and human body, causing adverse health effects that have received significant attention in recent years, as you know. Minnesota has faced numerous challenges related to PFAS and microplastics, including contaminations of drinking water, groundwater, and surface water, particularly in communities near industrial facilities, military bases, wastewater treatment plants, landfill sites, and airport. Unfortunately, there are very limited effective methods to mitigate these problems. PFAS and microplastic typically enters the environment through improper disposal of waste streams containing these contaminants. Once released, it becomes very challenging to destroy and remove these pollutants. Minnesota's waste managers urgently require techniques and equipment to mitigate the impact of PFAS and microplastic containing waste in the environment. These present an opportunity for us to develop new technologies that not only manage but also valorize PFAS and plastic containing waste. Now, here are the solutions and research activities we propose to address these problems. We will focus on developing an advanced mobile catalytic microwave assisted pyrolysis system, similar to the one shown in these in my virtual background we have developed, to achieve on-site treatment of specific waste streams and minimize the environmental impact under real-world conditions. Initially, we'll establish partnership with local sites, such as Ramsey, Washington, Recycling and Energy, and fire training sites, industrial facilities, landfills, and wastewater treatment plants to identify the major source of PFAS and the microplastic across Minnesota. Subsequently, we will conduct laboratory tests using the benchtop CMAP systems to assess the feasibilities and treating various waste streams and monitor the behavior of contaminants during the process. The findings will guide the development of a mobile pilot scale CMAP systems for on-site demonstration, accompanied by techno-economic and life cycle analysis to verify its feasibility. Now, what sets this approach apart is our approach to halt the discharge of the pollutants at their source. Additionally, the proposed CMAP system not only effectively and rapidly decompose the pollutant, but also convert waste into value-added product. We will closely collaborate with local partners throughout the process, including identifying source and conducting on-site testings and demonstrations. Now, the key outcome and deliverables of these projects will include identifications and characterization of major contaminant sources to guide the focused investment and research, and optimization of processes tailored to treat the identified waste, and understanding of the fate and transport of the PFAS and microplastics. Now, design of and fabrication of a mobile pilot scale CMAP system for comprehensive evaluation and on-site demonstrations, and showcase the technologies to educate the stakeholders and evaluation of potential economic and environmental impact of the technologies, and of course, recommendation for future research and commercialization strategies. Finally, the specific outcome, specific benefit of this project outcome include, first, the project will enhance the environmental and human safety by identifying and characterizing major source of PFAS and microplastic contaminations. The project can prioritize remediation efforts in areas posing the highest risk to human health and ecosystem. An effective treatment process such as the mobile CMAP system can significantly reduce the presence of PFAS and microplastic in the environment, protecting water resources and minimizing adverse health effect on humans and wildlife, and understanding the fate of and transport of the contaminant during the treatment process will ensure the developed technology effectively remove and prevent the release of PFAS and microplastic, safeguarding the ecosystem and human safety. Second, while providing tools for on-site treatment of specific waste streams, the process will generate value-added product by converting PFAS-containing waste and plastics into useful resources. For instance, the system can produce biofuels and other valuable chemicals, promoting economic benefits and the development of a circular economy. And third, the technologies will reduce waste treatment cost. The cost-effective and practical treatment technology can help entities across Minnesota manage their PFAS and microplastic containing waste more effectively and at a lower cost. Additionally, by offering on-site treatment capabilities, the project can reduce the need for transportation and off-site disposal of the contaminated waste, resulting in cost reductions and logistical benefits. And enforce the preventing the flow of PFAS and microplastic contaminants into the environment. The project contribute to the overall sustainability of the Minnesota's ecosystem and water resources. And finally, the techno-economic analysis and life cycle assessment will provide valuable insights into the environmental impact and sustainability of the developed technology, guiding future waste management strategies towards more sustainable practices. So thank you very much for your attention. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Members, any questions? Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is interesting because you're combining PFAS and microplastics, which number one is, I thought, very interesting. I'm trying to look at your proposal here, and you're talking about industrial sites and where there's been fires. Can you tell me where across the state you're actually going to be doing this work?
Well, I mentioned that, first of all, we have discussed with Miss Leah Burren. She's the manager of planning and project project management of the Rumsey and Washington Recycling and Energy. And, their leaders, David Bromer and Michael Reed, also very supportive of these because they are actually collecting a lot of these. And we also have, work with like Minnesota wastewater treatment plants, right in St. Paul. We have long, relationship with them. So a lot of those sites is our collaborators, and we'll work on these together.
Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I am interested in how this relates to the 2022 funded project on treating landfill leachate for PFAS using a variety of methods. I noticed that also had microwave pyrolyzed with a biochar production. Is that the intent with this project as well?
Dr. Ruan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Hansen, and the members. Yes. That one is mainly looking at the leachate, in other words, in the water. So what we have to do is we have to, absorb those kind of PFAS and other, hazardous chemicals in the leachate. In other words, we use biochars and others, to collect all those, to remove them from the water first. And this one is more focused on all kind of materials containing PFAS and containing, these plastic that could potentially produce these microplastic and then nanoplastic and so on. So convert them directly. So, stop them from getting into the environment, getting into the landfill. So that's a difference there. So.
Members, any other questions? I have a couple. Is your hypothesis that you would have your physical analysis of microplastics are an indicator for the chemical presence of PFAS, or that the PFAS chemical analysis determines that you've got the physical microplastics? Or are you just looking that both may appear where you have contaminated sites and you will have to deal with them concurrently or separately?
Well, we may have to deal with them concurrently because there are many materials containing PFAS, and many of those materials could be, plastic waste also, even though PFAS contained in a lot of fire, preventing that kind of materials, carpets, a range of other materials too. So we may have to consider them both and at the same time or separately also, depends on the feedstock. And the key advantage of these technology is that it can actually break down either PFAS or microplastic and so on, into these harmless product. For example, PFAS, it usually break down to produce, all kind of these like CF3OH, CF3H, and then these kind of CFO2O, like, these carbonyl fluoride and hydrogen fluoride and so on. So in all these kind of things, those kind of byproduct we can scrub. I mean, the toxic ones like, carbonyl fluoride and hydrogen chloride can be scrubbed with water. And we also using catalysts, for example, calcium hydroxide and calcium oxide, so that we can mineralize these phosphorus component to produce these calcium fluoride. So that will be in a solid in ash, so we can concentrate them. And then for all those kind of microplastic, the concern often is, we may have dioxin produced and so on. So, if it's there, we can, for example, in these chlorine, we can actually, pre-treat it to actually remove the chlorine, through these hydrogen chloride, using water. And then a lot of cases, pyrolysis is unique because it doesn't contain oxygen. So it also eliminate that kind of dioxin productions and so on. So the idea is even separate all, together, as long as we can sort these out, we can actually, valorize these materials while minimize any potential secondary, emission, secondary pollutions and so on. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next up is Proposal ID 2024-227 by Adam Arvidsson, Shingle Creek Aquatic and Shoreline Habitat Enhancement, Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board. On the score sheet, it is page 6, number 77. Welcome and proceed.
Thank you, Chair, Commission members. My name is Adam Arvidsson, and I'm the Director of Strategic Planning for the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board. It's my pleasure to present to you today a project for which we're asking $1.1 million to do a major habitat restoration project within the Shingle Creek Valley of North Minneapolis. Across the past 8 to 9 years, the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board has been working to create new vision plans for its entire system. We are about one park short of that goal. It will be the first time in the Park Board's history that we have created all at once master plans for every park in Minneapolis. I think what's notable about that, besides the significant community effort that has gone into that work, is that these are some of the most environmentally visionary urban park plans that we have seen in Minneapolis, certainly, and in some places across the nation. So the vision here is to take these urban waterways and lakes that everyone loves so very much and actually bring them into the present day in terms of their actual ecological function for habitat and for water quality and flood mitigation. Shingle Creek is an interesting project in this because this waterway in North Minneapolis was actually created quite literally as a ditch across North Minneapolis in order to facilitate the development of North Minneapolis in the post-World War II period. So it's a deep corridor, it has limited habitat value, and it happens to pass through a neighborhood that is significantly high population of BIPOC individuals. In fact, the Shingle Creek neighborhood is 71% BIPOC. So when you compare Shingle Creek to Minnehaha Creek or the chain of lakes, there just simply isn't the same access to nature or natural habitat there as there are in other parts of town. Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board has a visionary master plan, a sample of which you do see behind me, that would rectify that. There's also been a significant lack of historic investment in Shingle Creek across the years. As part of Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board's equity metrics, by which we choose capital investment, we look back across the previous 15 years around the historic investment that has happened in parks. Shingle Creek has gotten $0 locally or from the state over the past 15 years. The park board itself has put in $3.27 million for infrastructure improvements, and the 1.1 requested from LCCMR would augment that infrastructure work and allow us to do a significant habitat enhancement project in this creek at the same time. Now is the time to do this because the creek is continuing to degrade. Like I mentioned, it's a sort of a deep ditch. It has limited opportunity for oxygenation. It's a pretty straight line shot from the edge of Minneapolis down to the Mississippi River. And by leveraging the significant local investment that we have, there's an opportunity here to really transform this environment for these communities in North Minneapolis that were developed alongside of the Shingle Creek ditch. It's time to turn the ditch into a functioning ecosystem. I think we are poised to do that, and we appreciate the LCCMR's consideration of this request. I stand for questions.
Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and the presenter. I applaud you for getting an ecological corridor. It is long overdue. And I also applaud you for getting some matching money. If you are successful in getting this funding, what is your maintenance plan to keep those invasive species out?
Director Arvidsson.
Commissioner Gibson, thank you for the question. Commissioners, the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board is currently in the midst of transforming its workforce and ramping up our natural resources personnel, because this is a consistent need across our system. As we do additional habitat restoration, we need new skill sets within the organization that understand how to manage these areas. I think our continued and expanded work with volunteers is one part of that, but I also think that there have been significant changes in perspectives on staffing at the park board as well. So additional positions are being created. There are new natural resource crews that are being hired right now. So I expect over the coming years, we're going to see a ramping up in that part of our workforce, which will help us to better manage these restoration areas after the 3-year establishment period as part of the grant.
You have a follow-up?
Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I live on Cedar Lake or next to it and walk see that lake or the other city lakes every day when I'm in town. And Cedar Lake in particular is choking with invasives. And I keep a survey of birds that I see there and mammals, and those numbers have just declined to such a degree that, and I think that's due to the invasives. And I've seen 2 monarch butterflies in the marsh. So if this is successful, what is your plan? I know the management plan for Cedar Lake and Lake of the Isles is not complete yet, but what is your plan for Cedar Lake and some of those other areas that are in pretty bad condition? Thank you.
Dr. Arvidsson.
Commissioner Gibson and commission members, we understand the plight of Cedar Lake and many of the other lakes and waterways and natural areas in our system. Cedar Lake and Lake of the Isles, as you know, are right on the edge of finally having master plans completed, really for the first time in a very, very long time, since the 1960s. Shingle Creek had a master plan adopted in 2019. We've also been working through the LCCMR program on Lake Nokomis and its shoreline and the invasives that exist there, and the existence of blue-green algae becoming more prevalent, because its master plan dates from 2016, 2017. So our goal here is to create these visionary, ecologically driven master plans, and then to seek funding through our own sources, through regional park funding, and also through grant programs like this to implement those master plans. So what I can say about Cedar Lake is that there's a distinct possibility that either through this grant program or the LCCMR program, we would ultimately seek some funding to match our funding to do more work there once that master plan is adopted. The only reason that those lakes aren't before you today is because Shingle Creek has been waiting in line a little bit longer.
Just one more.
Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you. This is close to my heart, so I have a question. When you talk about plans and implementation, those are two very different things. So I hope that you will hire more staff. I know you only have a couple for natural resources, and I know the volunteers work very hard down there, but they need a lot of help. And I hope that you will see it within your implementation plan that some of these City of Lakes get some real help with the implementation. Thank you.
Commissioner Moore.
Thank you, Chair Hansen. Thank you for the presentation. I have experience with habitat restoration projects and am generally in favor of them, but have seen many that suffer consequences of extreme weather and lack resilience to potential impacts of climate change. Do you have any plans in place or any methods to evaluate the resiliency to extreme weather for these climatic impacts? Because many projects result in the loss of literally millions and millions of dollars of water when an extreme weather event blows out all the work that has been recently conducted.
Director Arvidsson.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. This is a consistent challenge, as I gather you well know, with restoration projects, because it can be quite unpredictable. Our master plan for Minnehaha Creek, for instance, was created at a time where we were experiencing, 7 years worth of rain in 6 years. Flooding was a constant issue, and so much of our vision there was about protecting infrastructure, and then also thinking about flood management, creating extra floodplain space. And now we've entered 3 years of significantly low water. So how to manage that? I think there's sort of ongoing science and expertise that maybe isn't fully settled. I guess what I can say to you is that as part of this project, we're going to be hiring consultants with experience in this kind of creek restoration, specifically urban creek restoration. And we will be relying on their expertise. I look at the city of Minneapolis, but the qualified professionals are looking across the nation to the state of the art and across the world. And so we'll be relying on that expertise and hiring that in to help us if we're successful with this funding request.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That question from Dr. Moore actually made me think that with this 1.6 miles targeted for restoration, first, is all of that in public ownership? And second, is there headwaters above that are channelized and potentially likely to subject this restoration to significant fast flow?
Director Arvidsson.
Commissioner Peichel, commission members, to your first question, yes, the entirety of the Shingle Creek corridor within Minneapolis is in public ownership, owned by the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board. Just above the city limits, there's actually a significant wetland complex in Brooklyn Center. There's some park areas there that are managed partly by the city and partly by Three Rivers Park District. And so there actually is a bit of a buffer to this downstream channel and ditching. The wetland complex just above the Minneapolis line is not dissimilar to what North Minneapolis might have looked like prior to the channelization of this creek. So I do think we have some protective areas that can limit kind of some devastating bounce that might enter this Minneapolis channel. In addition, we are working with the watershed district, the Shingle Creek Watershed Management Commission. We're in conversation with them about how we can look at this restoration and what other things need to happen upstream. It's a fairly large suburban watershed, so we need to think about what needs to happen upstream as well. So those conversations are ongoing. So yeah, I hope that answered your question.
Commissioner Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You came close to touching on my question just now, and it's about the watershed district and their participation. I come from northern Minnesota, and I'm familiar with the Red River Basin and the watershed districts up there. And generally speaking, when we have a channelized stream that we have a proposal to remeander it, it comes from a watershed district. And I understand Met Council is the oversight RGU for watershed districts in the metropolitan area. And you mentioned the Shingle Creek watershed, not management district, but organization. I'm curious, I don't see any participation by the watershed district or by the Met Council in this project. I'm wondering if they have any interest in helping fund this. Thank you.
Director Arvidsson.
Commissioner, commission members, thank you for that question. In this particular watershed, it's a management commission that's basically a joint powers agreement between the various cities involved, and their funding comes from those cities. So they're not financially participating within this Minneapolis reach at this time, though we've been in conversation with them about trying to align CIP's capital improvement plans for future projects. The Metropolitan Council itself actually is in part a funder of the match through the regional parks funding that is a piece of that match. So the $3.7 million match comes partly from local tax levy in Minneapolis and partly from the regional park funds. And a portion of those are through the Met Council bonding. So Met Council actually is via a few winding pathways of grant pass-throughs, actually is a funder of a portion of the match for this project.
Thank you.
I have a similar question. So you mentioned it's a ditch. Was it a private ditch or was it a public ditch? Is it an abandoned ditch? Was it a judicial ditch that was statutorily created? Just I'm wondering the authority issue there on the ditch.
Certainly, Chair and Commissioners, I use the word ditch not in a legal sense. I use the word ditch in more of a visual sense. Back in the 1950s, this land was acquired by the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board at the urging and partial funding of the city of Minneapolis. The parkland here and the waterway itself was built and constructed by the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board. This land has been owned and managed by MPRB since its creation in the 1950s. So from a judicial and ownership standpoint, MPRB has full jurisdiction. The watershed district, the watershed commission has some permitting authority, but the land is under the jurisdiction of the Park and Recreation Board.
That's good, because sometimes we have ditches that were created and then the city grew up around them and there's still authority questions there. So it's a good, you're in good shape. One less problem. Thank you, Director Arvidsson. Next up, we have proposal ID 2024-237, Cyan Lewis, LiDAR technology preventing wildlife fatalities from wind turbines. University of Minnesota College of Science and Engineering, page 6, number 78. Welcome and proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and the members of the Commission. My name is Shayan Biswas. I'm an assistant professor of mechanical engineering at the University of Minnesota Twin Cities. The title of our project is LiDAR technology preventing wildlife fatalities from wind turbines. Minnesota has been a leader in wind energy development in the United States. Nearly 22% of our state's total electricity comes from wind. To fight against climate change, Minnesota has set an ambitious goal of producing 100% carbon-free electricity by 2040. To make that happen, we need to deploy a huge amount of wind energy. While wind is affordable and it's good for environment, it has unfortunate and fatal consequences for birds and bats. Minnesota is home to 400 bird species, including eagles, hawks, falcons, songbirds, waterfowl, and 8 major bat species. Out of these 8 bat species, 4 are listed as special concern by the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, like the northern long-eared bat, which is also protected by the Federal Endangered Species Act. These bird and bat species are most vulnerable during the spring and fall migration period when they come into contact with wind turbines. Conservatively, every year in the United States, nearly 1.7 million birds and bats, mostly bats, are fatally injured from collisions with wind turbines. To put this into perspective, only a little over 7% of electricity in the United States comes from wind, and that puts 1.7 million birds and bats at risk. If we do the math, for every 1% increase in wind energy, more than 250,000 birds and bats are fatally injured or killed every single year. And if there is one thing we could all agree on, we Minnesotans love our wildlife. So how could we develop a foolproof and reliable deterrent system that can avoid these fatal collisions? Our team is proposing to develop a state-of-the-art long-range LiDAR technology that can detect bats and birds from a quarter mile up to a mile away, depending on the size of the bird, using LiDAR, light detection and ranging. LiDAR technology is like radar technology, but instead of sound waves, LiDAR uses light. LiDAR operates by sending out a very low power laser beam, generally of a wavelength that is invisible to the human eye, that reflects off the object and comes back to the sensor, and generates a 3-dimensional map of the surrounding environment and real time. LiDAR has advantages over more traditional methods like a radar or a regular camera or a thermal camera, because LiDAR can track over much greater distances and larger volume of airspace. Now, LiDAR has become compact and has become increasingly cheaper, like this one. This one you can buy online. And a LiDAR has made its way into devices as small as smartphones. If you're using a distance measurement app in your phone, or if you like to use filter in Snapchat, you're using LiDAR. Once our LiDAR technology helps spot these birds and bats approaching from far away, wind turbine operators will have enough time to warn the wildlife, like playing an ultrasonic sound or shining a bright light, forcing them to change their flying path or adjust the turbine operation to ensure the wildlife safety. Now, detecting small birds and bats up to a mile away, it's a very challenging engineering task. Previously, we collaborated with the department, with the Raptor Center, and conducted preliminary research using LiDAR to detect bald eagles from hundreds of feet away. We also set up LiDAR to capture images of small birds in our backyard from a very long distance. And we even have used LiDAR to track the movement of individual snowflakes. In all cases, we track the movement of birds, eagles, and even snowflakes successfully. So here is our research plan. We plan to conduct an extensive experimental campaign collecting data for 2 migration seasons, day and night, 24/7. We will develop our LiDAR sensing technology at the ELOS Wind Energy Research Facility in Rosemount, Minnesota, which is managed by University of Minnesota. Once we fine-tune and calibrate our LiDAR package, we will eventually expand the project to a larger wind farm like Xcel Energy's Blazing Star or Freeborn sites. We have a fantastic multidisciplinary research team consisting of engineers, biologists from Western Ecosystem Technology, an environmental consulting firm. We have wind energy expert from St. Anthony Falls Lab. We also have written support from the Department of Commerce and Xcel Energy, and verbal support from the Department of Natural Resources. My specialty is sensor development. I work with various LiDAR manufacturers. By end of this project, we will create an affordable and advanced long-range LiDAR package that will help us mitigate collision risks between flying wildlife and wind turbines. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Biswas, I think. In Europe, I know Siemens has developed a little sensor on some of their turbines that they're using to deter bats at night. And I was curious if that has been looked into, but using LiDAR, if I understand this correctly, you're going to estimate some of the birds and bats coming through, and then are you going to ask the people to you're going to ask them to adjust their turbines? And so I know some of these wind turbine facilities are huge. I just don't understand quite how this is going to work.
Dr. Biswas.
Thank you, Commissioner, for the question. Fantastic question. Yes, Siemens has a sensor that can deter bats and birds. GE has similar sensor. Many other companies, they have similar sensor. These sensors work all the time. So you are playing an ultrasonic sound all the time. And that could be a problem for other applications. Yes, we humans cannot hear that. So what is our idea is that we use LiDAR. LiDAR works day or night because it does not require ambient light. It can work during rain or snow. Sometimes if there is a heavy precipitation, radar does not work very well. Thermal camera, they're expensive. They cannot have a spatial resolution. LiDAR can resolve all of those things. So we are going to use a LiDAR to detect birds and bats. And whenever we see that the movement is coming towards the wind turbine, then only that will automatically trigger the deterrent system. It could be a sound, it could be a light. So that will be only working when there is a chance of potential collision. And the second is that many times bats actually, when they echolocate, the frequency of the wind turbine, that is very important. Absolutely, we are not asking the operator to shut down the operation, but we are changing that. We can change the rotational speed of the wind turbine so that the frequency of the wind turbine is different now. So we can actually change the operational parameters, and then the bats and birds will not be attracted. So we can go either way. Like we will it will only work when there's a need. And second is that we can also change the operational parameter in that way. Does that answer your question, Commissioner?
Commissioner Gibson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. It does, except I'm just trying to figure out how you're going to get the operators on board with this.
Dr. Biswas.
That's a good question. We have, first of all, we need to develop the sensor package. And we have initial discussion with Excel Energies, the experts on this. We will probably look into that as we go into the more mature state of the technology, the sensor technology, probably the second year of this project. But thank you. That's a very good question.
Commissioner Albrecht.
Thank you. Maybe just a follow-up on that question. I see under your activity 3, you suggest that currently the major deterrent technologies are acoustic deterrents, visual deterrents, and blade-mounted acoustic devices. And your solution is to promote LiDAR technology. So question, does the industry currently deploy deterrent technologies on wind turbines? And have you had discussions with any industry representatives? Thank you.
Dr. Biswas.
Thank you so much for the question, Commissioner, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we have discussed with several operators, like for example, Excel Energy, who has wind farms, and we also have discussed with some of the deterrent companies. Bad deterrents, they are not very, they do not work all the time. The deterrent that is in the market currently, and there are many other reasons for that. But what we are proposing is that one of the major problem is that right sensing at the right time and sensing from the far away so that we can have enough time to do like any action, right? Like playing a sound or using acoustic signals. And those are the areas that has not been properly investigated, that we do not have a very good working deterrent system in the market right now. So the success rate, pretty much like everyone who is trying to deploy a wind turbine farm, they're looking for such a technology that can give them a foolproof capability to deter the wildlife.
Commissioner Reese and then Commissioner Faber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Professor Biswas. I appreciate your proposal and supportive of the proposal. In many respects, I don't think it goes far enough because I think this is the same issue we have with cell towers and skyscrapers and things like that, that we're seeing, there's anecdotal evidence that we see more bird strikes and bat strikes from those than what we do from wind turbines. And so, in many respects, the FAA lighting is what's attracting the birds and the bats, not only to the wind turbines, but also to these other facilities. So it'd be interesting to see results compared across those different structures to see where these actually, where the deaths are occurring. We've had wind turbine for over 20 years, and I know it's again an anecdotal, but I found one bat in all that time frame through many tours and everything else. So it's one of those issues that keeps coming up, and I'm glad you're doing this work so we can understand it better. But at the same time, I think there's other issues too that you could use this technology to help us better identify where the real problems are located at. So thank you.
Dr. Biswas?
Yeah, thank you so much, Commissioner Reese. As you rightly pointed out, there is no unanimous agreement between the bat biologists why bats are attracted to wind turbine, and more so actually what you said, tall structure. They are very much attracted to tall structures. So in this project, in Rosemount wind turbine facility, we have a wind turbine as well as we have a mid tower, a meteorological tower, and we are going to put LiDAR on both of them. So mid tower is not moving, just a long, tall structure. And we're going to see that why, like if bats are attracted to them, and if so, why? So we have like lots of hypotheses, right? The bat biologist community has all those hypotheses, and we're going to test out those as well. And you rightly pointed out that, yes, this technology can be used for other applications as well.
Thank you.
Commissioner Faber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Biswas, my question is a little more specific to the bats because I've read some papers that, I think unfortunately many people think that the birds and the bats are hitting the wind turbines. The bats aren't, as I understand it. They're dying of some sort of sudden implosion when they get within a certain range of the turbines, that their echolocation or something, and it kind of causes them to they're not hitting the turbines. I think some of the birds might be doing that. So when it comes to bats, is not the purpose of the deterrence, be it sound, sight, whatever, to deter them long before they get within, at least the bats, within a certain distance of the turbine so that this doesn't occur to them. I've collected bats, or my colleague has collected bats from Buffalo Ridge, where this first started to show up big in Minnesota. And of course, we put the wind turbines where the bats and the birds migrate because they're primary wind corridors and so on. And so my question is the LiDAR then going to function in that respect, that it would deter these poor little critters from getting too near where they might, the bats at least, or the birds actually as well, before they get too close and get killed?
Dr. Biswas.
Thank you so much, Commissioner, for that question. Very good question. Actually, bat and bird both hit the turbine, like physically hit the turbine, but depending on where they're hitting the turbine, is it the nose, or is it the blades, or the tip of the blade, the hub of the blade, the fatality look very different. But those blades, like those fatalities could look very different. And one thing that we do not know, why bats are attracted to wind turbines and why birds. They do have very different reasons. And during the migration period, we want to, like, do they want to eat something out of that, like the like small insects, or there is like sometime when there is rotation, it looks like water. Is that bats are attracted to that? We wanted to find that out here in this project. But once we find that out, we will use LiDAR to detect bats and birds. And one more thing LiDAR can do. LiDAR creates a three-dimensional picture. So in a 3D, you can see where the bats and birds are. And based on that, you can actually predict their flying path. And once you know where they're flying, then based on that, you can like put a sound like ultrasonic sound or shine a bright light, and they will steer away from that course.
Thank you.
Commissioner Faber,
You're good.
any other questions? Thank you. Time is up. I will now go to the next presentation. ID number 2024-017, Christina Hausman Road, connecting communities to Voyagers Classroom in Minnesota's National Park from the Voyagers Conservancy. It is score sheet page 3, number 41. Welcome and begin your presentation.
Hello, and thank you, committee co-chairs and members. It's so great what you're doing to steward these important funds for our state. Really grateful for the opportunity to present. Again, my name is Christina Hausman Rohde. I am the executive director of the Voyagers Conservancy. We are a 501c3 nonprofit with staff in the Twin Cities and at Voyagers National Park in northern Minnesota. We are supported by over 1,000 Minnesota families, businesses, and foundations, and we work in close partnership with the National Park Service to implement projects and programs at Voyagers National Park. Voyagers National Park is a very special place in our state's outdoor heritage, yet for years, its remote location, water-based access, and very limited public and youth program opportunities have left it really less accessible and less experienced by a broad, diverse audience. Yet it is so ripe with opportunity for exploration and education. Voyagers National Park is home to rich cultural history, exposed rocks half as old as the earth, certified dark sky park starry views, returning wild rice in restored wetlands, an array of science and research projects, and a diverse wildlife and ecosystems. In 2021, we were really fortunate to receive funding from LCCMR to launch the Voyagers Classroom, which is a suite of outdoor, mobile, and virtual programs for children, young adults, and families. We want to ensure that Voyagers National Park benefits more Minnesotans, and we work to empower new audiences to understand the park's significance and have an active role in its preservation. Before this existed, the park was only serving about 1,000 kids a year. There was no programs for high school students. There was no paid internship program for college students, and there were no remote learning opportunities. And so with your support, we were able to build a suite of programs and really build a firm foundation for a sustainable environmental education program at our state's national park. With this first round of funding, we've already learned a lot. We've built strong partnerships across the state and across the country, and we're already surpassing our reach. With our current funding proposal, we're really excited to build on that foundation, build on our experience, and drastically expand the number of kids and families that we serve through these environmental education programs. There are 4 core areas to the Voyagers Classroom. First off is our K-12 youth programs. So we want to serve 12,000 kids with this funding, and that's actually doubling what we did last cycle. And what does that actually look like on the ground? So 2 things I want to call out from our proposal. One is the in-park experiences. We know that is so important to get kids outside. We're getting kids on the trails and on the water of a national park in their state, which is really exciting. But most importantly, doing consistent year-round opportunities for rural kids that are within driving distances of the park so they can really build a relationship with this place. And then secondly, leveraging our mobile classroom to bring the park to classrooms and communities across the state. So what does that look like? We have already been visiting classrooms in Duluth, and a teacher shared with us the visit was 100% engaging, well-planned, and very educational. I would love to have Voyagers come out for each season. Our students need as much hands-on outdoor education as possible. Our second area of programming is our National Park Teen Ambassador Program. I'd like to quickly call out that the area of growth for us here is to especially focus on learning and working with Indigenous youth in this program. So actually this summer, we'll be working with new partners like Native Skywatchers to get Indigenous youth involved in the program. It'll be a great opportunity to actually learn from these communities and how we can partner with them better. And we'll serve 500 high school students through the Teen Ambassador Program with this funding. The third area are our field fellowships, really engaging college-age students through stipend-paid cohort model fellowships where they can shadow and work with scientists on the ground in our national park. And then the fourth area is the celebration of the 50th anniversary of Voyageurs National Park by drastically expanding programs for families to engage with our cultural history, our dark skies, our volunteer stewardship opportunities, really get hands-on and taking care of our national park. So there's a lot of benefits to these programs, and my time is running out here. I'll end with a quick additional quote. I think we've been really good at engaging teachers and getting a lot of responsive feedback. A couple other quotes. My kids are still talking about our trip. They learned so much. All activities were highly engaging and timed perfectly. I can't say enough good things about the programs that have been created for our students. They are unmatched in student engagement, management, and learning. Keep up the amazing work. With that, I would love to take questions, although I could talk more.
Any questions? Commissioner Gibson.
Back to me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two questions. How do they get there? And are you accredited?
Yeah. So the first question, and how do they get there? We are, so the biggest thing with our programs is some of them are in-park experiences, and we do provide transportation funding for buses when needed. But a lot of our program model is knowing that we're not going to be able to drive every kid in Minnesota to Voyageurs National Park. So if they are within a 2-hour distance, we focus on getting them in the park. If they are in other areas of the state, we focus on bringing our mobile classroom to them. So we actually have a big vehicle classroom that we purchased and that we're bringing to classrooms across the state. This is kind of a new area of work for us and something that would be really enhanced with LCCMR funding. And so some of that looks like taking kids out maybe to a local park, but talking about some of our programming and experiences when we visit them. We are not officially accredited by any outside entity, but we are working with several partners and consultants to make sure that all of our education programs are standards aligned. In addition to that, we heavily rely on National Park Service accredited programs. We know that LCCMR does not fund curriculum development. So what we do is really work with that Park Service curriculum, adapt it to be more modern, adapt it to be more culturally relevant, and deliver it to more people.
Any additional questions? Oh, Commissioner Moore.
Thank you, Chair Hansen. Thank you for the presentation. I'm particularly interested in the fact that you are reaching out to and recruiting tribal students for this educational learning. The National Park Service and all the federal agencies have a trust responsibility to the tribes who've signed treaties with the federal government to steward and preserve natural resources. I'm curious, can you share some how specifically you're reaching out to recruit the tribal youth and how you're working with some of the tribal communities within the region?
Thank you for the question. Yes, so there's two areas of work that we're focused on in partnering with Indigenous youth. So the first area of work is making sure that our programs are actually culturally relevant. So we are working with a consultant to make sure that what we're teaching and sharing is what our Indigenous communities want us to be teaching and sharing. The second area of work is actually getting Indigenous youth on the land, back to the source. And so this is a completely new area of work for us. Like I said, I think this year is a very important year for us to learn a lot. I think what's been really important for us is to work on the relational level and the partnership level. The National Park Service works on the sovereign to sovereign consultation level. We're able to, I think, focus on building relationships with Indigenous organizations, teachers, and parents. We're particularly proud to focus on a partnership with Native Skywatchers. They are an Indigenous-led nonprofit in Minnesota that focuses on the preservation of indigenous star stories, cultures, star preservation, sky preservation. And they've been able to facilitate us working with Fond du Lac, 1854 Treaty Authority, and We Are Still Here, Minnesota. Those are 3 groups involved in our Summer Teen Ambassador Program, which is an overnight experience. This year will be the first opportunity for that, and then moving forward, we'll be able to build on those learnings.
A follow-up, Commissioner, Chair Hansen?
Yep, Commissioner Moore.
Thank you. I certainly, I appreciate those efforts. I certainly would encourage also simply reaching out to tribal education departments within the different tribal governments within the region as well. Thank you for that.
Senator Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So 2 questions, I guess. One, looks like from the description that you guys are serving K through 12 on this. What's your average student age, and how do you gauge the results of what you're doing? Because if it's if there's not a my fear is that if there's no way to gauge to see if what you're really doing is making a difference, all you're really doing is running a camp.
Totally. Yep.
Dr. Rhodey.
Thank you.
Director Rhodey.
Yes, the first portion of the question was, what is our typical age served? So while we do have programming ranging K through 12 and even into college age, we focus the most on 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, which is actually what the National Park Service has also developed a lot of curriculum for, and they've done a lot of studies on that being a really critical age to engage that age group in environmental education. So of the numbers that you're seeing, the bulk of that range is 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders, and measuring success in our program. So I think that is extremely important. We are currently surveying program participants with a big focus on teacher participants. We really work a lot right now with teachers, in rural communities in Koochiching and St. Louis County. And so what we've been able to do as the Parks nonprofit is be more nimble and responsive to what the teachers are saying they need to better educate their students. And so one of the things we heard is, it's not effective for us to bring our kids here one time a year, right? And so we're being responsive to that and saying we need to offer seasonal 2, 3, 4 times a year opportunities to get these local kids into the park to really build that lasting connection and that spark for conservation. And the more we can build out opportunities for multiple age groups, we can really have that long-term engagement piece. So I do think by measuring our success and having those metrics, surveys, teacher engagement in place, and then we have explored in the next phase of our work, hiring an outside evaluation service so we can even drill down further in this next phase of our work to be able to evaluate our effectiveness.
Senator Green.
No, I'm good.
Any other questions? See none. Thank you. Next up, item proposal ID 2024-277. Edward Quinn, growing the Minnesota Bison Conservation Herd, Minnesota DNR State Parks and Trails Division on page 7, line 80. Welcome and begin your presentation.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Hansen and committee members. I'm here today to talk about our proposal called Growing the Minnesota Bison Conservation Herd. I'm sorry, I had a little bit of trouble with my video. Hopefully, is it up now, Becca? Thank you. I'm sorry. Here today to speak to you about our proposal, Growing the Minnesota Bison Conservation Herd. Although there are over 400,000 plains bison in the United States today, only about 7%, around 30,000, are in public herds or other types of herds managed specifically to preserve the population and genetics of plains bison. Due to this small number, the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, or the IUCN, classifies bison as near threatened. Threats to plains bison include genetic manipulation for marketable traits, cattle gene introgression, disease, and even small population effects such as rapid loss of genetic diversity. The Minnesota Bison Conservation Herd, or MBCH, partnership began over a dozen years ago with two primary goals in mind. One is to aid in preserving the population and genetics of plains bison by establishing a population of at least 500 bison in Minnesota that are virtually free of cattle DNA, and to provide opportunities for people to view the animals and learn about the relationships between bison, prairies, and people. The MBCH is currently comprised of 4 partner agencies: the DNR, the Minnesota Zoo, Dakota County Parks, and Olmsted County Parks, with bison at 5 locations. The herd totals over 150 animals, not counting this year's calves. The purpose of this project is to establish another subpopulation at a site where we can maximize the number of bison to move us much closer to our 500 animal goal, while still ensuring we are preserving and improving the prairie habitat utilized by the bison. The site we've identified is at Camden State Park near Marshall in southwestern Minnesota. Camden has several qualities that make it an excellent location for another bison reintroduction. It falls within the historic range of bison in Minnesota. There is more than 500 acres of restored and remnant prairie and existing surface water sources at the site. The size should support approximately 85 adult bison, getting us very close to the halfway point of our goal of 500 animals for the MBCH. While there are some trails that would need to be rerouted, the bison range could be established without significant impacts to current park infrastructure or visitor use. The project is aimed at providing the infrastructure necessary for this reintroduction. The total amount of the proposal is $2,415,000. Major components of the project include about $520,000 to construct a handling facility that is both safe for handlers and incorporates the best humane livestock handling principles that we have found to be so effective at Minneopa. About $800,000 to install nearly 8 miles of fencing and gates. About $350,000 to construct a small storage building that would house the hydraulics needed as part of the handling facility. This is necessary to reduce the sound of the hydraulics, which can significantly increase animal stress levels. The building would also hold supplemental feed equipment and supplies, so they don't have to be hauled over from the park's shop area. Other proposal elements include things like installation of a well or water, which is necessary to ensure a water source is always available, interpretive exhibits, safety signage, and some critical resource reviews and design and contract assistance. Interest in the MBCH has grown significantly over the past several years, with a variety of governmental entities, county, federal, private conservation organizations, and tribal governments attending our annual consortium to learn more about the MBCH and bison conservation. We are very excited by this interest and look forward to reaching our herd goal of 500 animals in the not too distant future through a diverse mix of governmental and private conservation organizations. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you about our proposal, and want to thank the committee for the past support you have provided to both the DNR and Dakota Parks to help us achieve these goals. I am happy to answer any questions from the committee at this time.
Members, any questions? Senator Green.
Thank you. Looking at the prices that you've got on here, 2.5 million is kind of a lot. Let's just take one aspect of it, your fencing. You're looking at a lot of money for fencing. Who's going to be putting up the fencing? Is it going out for bids, or is the DNR going to be supplying the labor for that?
Mr. Quinn.
Chairperson Hansen and members, the answer to that question is that that would be installed by a contractor.
Senator Green.
Private contractor?
Mr.
Yes.
Quinn.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Senator Green.
So are you putting it up on bids?
Mr. Quinn.
Yes, we are. It'd be the same, essentially the same process we did for the fencing at Minneopa.
Senator Green. Okay, and then on the land, and I haven't gotten through the whole thing now. Are you looking at purchasing more land? Or are you going to go with existing land?
Mr. Quinn.
Chairperson Hansen and members, no, it would go with existing land.
Just one more, and then I I have never had an opportunity to go visit the sites that you have now. Is there someplace I can go to see what the operation is like and how you measure success? And the cost of that, the ongoing cost that this is going to incur for the state?
Mr. Quinn.
Yes, Chairperson Hansen and members, absolutely. Probably the closest place if you want to see one of the facilities operated by the Department of Natural Resources would be at Minneopa State Park, right near Mankato. If you want to go see it just generally during the year, we have a drive that takes you right through the bison range, so you can see things going on there. We could also work out an opportunity to bring you in and let you see the handling facility itself. The actual management days when we use the facility, that happens in the fall, and we could certainly work with you to arrange a time to talk through those things with you.
Green.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that. But what I was really looking for was a place that I can go to see kind of your spreadsheets. What is the operating cost for the facilities that you put up? And that would be anything from, the feed, the maintenance, the labor. You must have spreadsheets on that somewhere.
Mr. Quinn.
As Chairperson Hansen members, yes, we do. And I can give you a rough idea. By far the biggest cost of doing this work is the infrastructure piece. The actual maintenance of the herd, because they are largely considered managed wildlife, so they do things on their own. We probably spend $25,000 to $30,000 per site doing the work, and that includes veterinary stuff, supplemental feeding, things of that nature, and those we cover through our regular general fund or legacy operating expenses. And I'd be happy to share, if you'd like to see, I'd be happy to share a spreadsheet showing what those look like.
Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It sounds like we're repopulating the state with bison. What do you do with the excess bison? And I was just curious about the prairies. Is there any pre and post work on the effect of what these bison are doing?
Mr. Quinn.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Gibson. I'll try and make sure I answer both of the questions. I think the first one was around surplus bison. Ideally, we use them to repopulate additional sites within the Minnesota bison conservation herd, like we did at Dakota County Parks this past fall. If that's not happening because the timing's not working out, we are currently working with the Shakopee, Midwakit, and Sioux, and they in turn with the Inter-Tribal Buffalo Council, which coordinates bison across all the tribal governments in the United States. And we're trying to find a way to be able to have animals be donated to them to either, to start additional herds there. We've also been interacting with some zoos who are very interested in being able to have some of our animals for their displays. And we think that's a really neat way to tell the story of bison and prairies and people. And so we just did a transfer to Cleveland Metro Park Zoo this past year, and we've got a couple other zoos that are interested as well. And then beyond that, if none of those are options, then we do hold an auction, and in that case, the animals can go to a variety of places. So then I think your second question was around prairies and monitoring, I think. We do through forage analysis, we determine what the carrying capacity should be for the animals. And then we are also following that up with monitoring of the prairies that are within the range of the bison that we have. And the goal there is to really ensure that the prairie is benefiting from having the bison there through the activities that they do of feeding and wallowing, and that we're not degrading the prairie. And so particularly at Minneopa, although we have it at both Blue Mountains and Minneopa, we are doing annual vegetation monitoring. And throughout the 5 to 6 years that we have been doing the monitoring at Minneopa, well, we haven't seen any significant changes in the vegetation there, which we sort of expected that it would be more of a long-term thing. There are certain places that we know that they like to get to, like one of the things they really prefer is sedges, and we've got some fairly nice wetlands there. So in certain times we've had to sort of fence those off a little bit just so that we can ensure that we're maintaining the quality of that sedge meadow at the same time as making sure the bison are getting sufficient feed along the rest of the range. I hope that answered your questions.
Commissioner Gibson.
Yes, I was just curious if you did sort of a before and after study on the prairie grasses. Have you seen an increase in the grassland birds?
Mr. Quinn.
Great question, Commissioner. We are not doing a formal study there yet. And so I don't think we've seen, because we haven't really seen much in the way. Most of the changes that have happened in the vegetation have been because of our ongoing management to try and remove some of the woody encroachment. So I would say in that sense, we're providing more habitat for grassland birds, but we haven't done a pre and post survey like we did with the vegetation.
Any other questions? Mr. Quinn, what's the gestation period on a bison?
So they are born in the spring, so April, May, and then they are breeding in the summer. So it's whatever that is, probably 9-10 months.
Any other questions?
I just had a
Commissioner
question.
Gibson. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a question for staff. Is this considered a capital project? I'm just.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Chair, members, I think we would consider this a capital project. And I just pulled up the statute so that I get the wording right on this. Our statute says that trust fund money may be spent only for, and then one of those bulleted items is capital projects for the preservation and protection of unique natural resources.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is project number 2024-298, Crystal Mathisrud, Priority Lakes, Meeting Protection Goals and Multiplying Benefits from the Hubbard County Soil and Water Conservation District, page 7, number 81. Welcome and proceed with your presentation.
Good morning, and thank you, Chair and members, for this opportunity. We're very grateful to be able to share our presentation on this project with you. What we're proposing is Priority Lakes, meeting protection goals, and then shifting to management for long-term multiplication of benefits. So the overall goal, resource goal that we're working with here is water quality, managing that water quality, water quantity, storage, and flow through the watershed. And at the SWCD, we're really involved with this through the One Watershed, One plan. So we're thinking about it a lot all the time and how to achieve these goals. The state of Minnesota has been really great at providing us tools to identify where the risks are, as well as where the potential impacts and benefits can be gained by protecting lands, and especially forest lands that are adjacent to open water. So we have the standard that comes from the DNR fisheries of if 25% of the land in a watershed, or more than 25% of the land in a watershed, becomes disturbed at any given time, we start seeing water quality decline. So far, we've been approaching solving this by placing protection through easements and forest stewardship plans, such as SFIA. We also utilize 2C in our county. But we get the question a lot. I get the question a lot. So what comes next? And is it really reasonable to reach 75% protection in our watersheds? So with this project, what we're proposing is that we continue to acquire protection while also working on that management piece and how to do focused management with landowner groups so that we can multiply these benefits long-term. Because remember that protection is really insurance against risk, whereas management, active management, making choices that improve habitat, improve water quality, those multiply your benefits over time, and we will continue to find additional ways to multiply those benefits. On private lands, which we're primarily working with in Hubbard County and much of the state, we need to work with our landowners to do this management. And since land ownership is very, very complicated in the state of Minnesota, we have different size parcels, we have intermixed with state parks, wetlands. There's a lot to think about. And the best way, we think, to be able to create a focused, intentionable, measurable way to manage with our landowners is to focus on groups. I'm going to try and move here a little bit, such as lake association groups and their associated communities, especially where we have lakes that have been prioritized by multiple plans already. So we chose Steamboat Lake and Cabacona Lake as our two lakes because they are on the list of 26 priority lakes that are high risk, high impact. They have active lake associations and big opportunity to manage and protect water quality in the headwaters of the upper Mississippi Basin. One of the issues with coordinating management is getting people together. So if we work with lake associations, we're showing up where people are already at and working with them to identify their combined vision, their individual vision, create an easy to implement actionable lake plan, and pair that with landowner individual plans where landowners are interested, and then get out there on the ground with them to do some of those actions named in the plan. A big hurdle for humans in every aspect of our lives is moving from intention to action. And the best way to get over that hurdle is to practice it in a group setting where people support each other. So the plan here is to create these circumstances for Steamboat Lake and Cabacona Lake, continue to work toward protection, while also bringing these groups together to support doing action according to the plans. And we believe that while doing this, we will ensure we'll have high water quality, improved habitat, and the other resource concerns related to those goals, as well as a better engaged community and the opportunity to recognize need for additional local services and businesses that could support this work. If we're successful, we will be able to meet the goals for these watersheds and create a transferable model that we can use on other lakes and other systems. And then just to reiterate, the protection reduces risk and management multiplies risk. We are underutilizing that multiplication of benefits because we focus on reducing risk through protection rather than working with landowners to meet their vision and manage their lands. Thank you. I could talk more also, but I see I'm at my timeline. Thank you very much for hearing me, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Members, any questions? Thank you. We'll proceed to the next presentation.
Thank you.
Proposal ID 2024-005, David Rumacall, long-term preservation of Minnesota's ball cactus population. University of Minnesota Landscape Arboretum, page 8, number 93 on the score sheet. Welcome and proceed.
There we go. Hello. Thank you. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to present on our project. My name is David Rumacall, and I am with the University of Minnesota Landscape Arboretum. The Minnesota Landscape Arboretum is a state institution. Minnesotans visit us for beauty, some serenity, and for design ideas for their own landscapes. And they benefit from horticultural research that's given us a bunch of cold hardy landscape plants and some great produce, like the honeycrisp apple. More and more, though, the Arboretum is working to reach out beyond the borders of our gardens and help bring about positive change across the state, including educational projects and conservation work. The plant conservation program, only 10 years old, is already involved in many projects across the entire state, working to help preserve some of Minnesota's most treasured and endangered plant species. Much of our success in this work is due directly to the support and partnership the LCCMR has given to our projects, including this early work we have done with the ball cactus. So the ball cactus, right, this is a lovely little plant. Got an example here. I don't know if you can see that very well. This is about a year-old plant. It's a great little cactus. Minnesota has 3 native cactus, one of them very rare, this one. This particular species just reaches into the state in the eastern tip of its range on the west side of the state by Ortonville in one population. The 2 largest parts of that population are on granite quarries, and the cactus lives on granite outcrops. So when those quarries become active, most of that cactus population is going to just disappear. It's a local treasure, though. Folks come from all over the state to come see it flower in June. So we'd like to keep them around if possible. A few years ago, we collected seed from the local population, started to figure out how to grow it. 2 years later now, we've got a bunch of seedlings growing at the ARB and at the University of Minnesota College of Biological Sciences Conservatory. Last fall, for this project, we planted about 200 of these at Big Stone National Wildlife Refuge and at a nearby Nature Conservancy property. They seem to have done great. However, for any of you that garden or have tried to shape your own landscapes around you, you know growing plants and getting them to stick around takes real work. You can't just walk away and hope for the best. So we know there are still important steps to cement this early success, and that's what this project is about. One key takeaway from our first planting, though, and that's important, is that we've shown that this kind of work with this species is actually possible, which is huge for the conservation of this cactus and potentially other species as well. For this grant proposal, our objectives are pretty basic, but all go towards the overall goal of maximizing the chances of this plant sticks around. 1, we want to monitor planted sites for 5 years and see when and how we lose plants. 2, we want to augment the populations when we inevitably lose some plants, and even work to expand on them from the get-go early on to bolster their numbers. And 3, we want to train up local volunteers to monitor the populations with us and eventually take over for us. The hope is to integrate these citizen scientists with Minnesota Plant Watch, another ENRTF-funded program that we're involved with. This particular monitoring aspect doesn't quite fit into the current initial phase of Plant Watch, which focuses on updating historical records. But as Plant Watch matures, this monitoring program will be a natural fit and will allow our conservation program to release this project and turn our attention to other species. These objectives give us the best chance of making sure this early success sticks, and being able to successfully augment this population will be a great demonstration that investing in this kind of conservation can really pay off. So this proposal isn't really for a lot of funding, especially when spread out over several years, but it does one very important thing. It mandates that we keep this a top priority. Our successes have resulted in our program being in demand for many possible conservation projects that we'd love to help with, and extending even low-level funding ensures we can't be pulled away from this particular focus. Thank you for your time and consideration and your continued support, and I'd be happy to answer questions.
Mr. Peichel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't even know we had cactus in Minnesota. That's kind of neat. I guess in terms of conservation, I recognize this is still state endangered and being cultivated to develop the population, but when can we expect to see cactus available to replace our lawns with xeriscape in the cities?
Dr.
That's good. Thank you for the question. That's a good question. I don't know if we'll ever be able to do cactus. We'll be able to do the kind of xeriscaping that would really kind of have cactus thrive for a lawn, but there are definitely good lawn options for drier landscapes. And I would love to see that happen more and more. And I know that the University and DNR have both been promoting landscapes like that. I don't know, you can get like we have three cactus species. We've got two prickly pears. One is sort of the typical big padded prickly pear, and that's pretty common in the state. And that you could grow in a lot of sort of street side gardens in the Twin Cities area, metro area, and around the state. But probably not the kind of cactus you'd want taking over your lawn, because they can be pretty painful. But in general, I support that.
Senator Green.
Thank you. What is the environmental benefit for this study?
Commissioner Green,
Dr.
thank you.
Rumacal.
Commissioner Green, thank you for the question. Committee members, that is an excellent question. And it kind of goes to the heart of the work that we do in general. I think that there's a couple answers. One is that I think for overall fate of the world, if we were to lose this one population of cactus, it wouldn't change the fate of the world. However, I don't think that's why we do conservation with individual species. I think that there are reasons to keep this edge of range population around. The edge of range genetics for species are really important, especially with climate change issues. They can harbor important genetic traits that help a species survive climate change. I think that another really important reason to preserve some of these species is that they're ours. They're part of Minnesota. People in the state love this species, and a lot of people in the state don't even know it's there. It would be a shame to lose it before they even know it's there. And it's important to keep what's Minnesota, Minnesotan, I think. That's a good reason for me as a Minnesota native. I think that it's important that we keep some of these really beautiful things around, for sure.
Senator Green. Members, any other questions? Dr. Rumacal, is there any insects, or are there any other commensal relationships with this cactus that we are aware of, where there's a very narrow niche that this cactus is part of? Have you been able to determine anything that's unique that lives along with this cactus?
Right. That is a good question as well. Thank you. We don't think that there is a specific, we don't think that a specific species relies on these cacti. They're kind of a generalist set of pollinators. They're a flower, so they're kind of open to a lot of different pollinating species. However, they flower at a time when there aren't necessarily lots of things flowering, and they flower in a location on these really dry spots where there aren't necessarily a lot of things flowering at the same time. So they can be an important source of food for all kinds of things that maybe wouldn't have them available at the same time. Yeah, hopefully that answers your question. There are, yeah, I think that's probably a good answer.
Thank you.
Sure.
Seeing no others, we'll move on. Oh,
No.
Item number 2024-090, Ted Gray, Restoration of Riverside Park, City of Long Prairie, page 8, number 100. Welcome, and begin your presentation.
We're gonna move this to the.
Morning, everybody. Sorry about that. I was just moving rooms for the presentation, so I'll let my co-presenter sit in here quick. Her name is Rita Dolan. She is actually a local science teacher, a retired local science teacher who's been very involved in this project with the City of Long Prairie. Rita, if you want to go ahead and start with your comments on that.
Welcome.
Several years ago, one of my former students earned his PhD in meteorology. And because his mother was a local librarian, Sam agreed to come to Long Prairie and give a report on climate change. And I was excited to hear what Sam had to say. He gave many facts, figures, details, but his prediction for the future climate in Minnesota was that we would have more weather extremes, more heavy downpours, more flooding, and yes, more periods of drought. And that day, I began to think about the potential at Riverside Park to ameliorate the effects of climate change in our area. So what's Riverside Park? Well, it was designed by the Minnesota Department of Transportation as a roadside park back in 1935. It was built by the WPA. They built 11 little log cabins along the river. Riverside was located between the Long Prairie River and Highway 71. And they also dug 2 ponds for ice skating. And then they dug a ditch to bring water from the river to the ponds and back to the river. And the highlight of the park was in 1938 when they had a professional ice skating troupe come from St. Paul, and the ice follies, 5,000 people showed up. That's more than the city population. Anyway, it was great. But in 1943, the river flooded. And it was World War II. There wasn't manpower nor machine power to clean up the park. The city decided to sell the cabins along the river. Sportsman's Club sold the roof off of their lodge, and the park became overgrown. In 1953, there was another flood. The city decided to sell the 7 acres, and it was privately owned for the next 38 years, became a dump for demolition debris until the state of Minnesota passed the Wetland Protection Act in 1991. And then they stopped that. And then, of course, in 2017, the owner's family gave it, on the death of their father, gave it back to the city. So the cleanup began. But the idea is to use those ponds as a water reservoir to prevent future flooding. And of course, over the years, the ditch, the ponds filled with sediment, they need to be cleaned. And we can tell you more about that.
Yeah, so with the outcomes of the project would be to, again, as Rita mentioned, to remove sediment from those current ponds, create that additional waterway, update some of the culverts, and create a more of a natural environmental walking trail through what would be the ruins of a old WPA project. So we're not restoring the current structures there, but to point out what had existed from the past, which provides a very unique thing. An old cabin of stone is still existing there, as well as a tower that we'd want to, show off to different groups as they would attend there. And the park is located right in the middle, basically, of Long Prairie, next to some industrial areas, but as well as residentials to provide traffic for any resident of Long Prairie to attend and walk through that park. They would also, lead with some of the trail restoration to access other points of the park that haven't been accessed currently. But it would restore, it wouldn't be any new trails. Again, it would follow the old maps that we currently have. And that's it. Any questions?
Members, any questions? Commissioner Albrecht.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I love this project. I think it's a really low cost efficient way to do some great cleanup and restore native plants and provide flood control and all of that. It looks like you have in your budget identified already your contractor, and I'm wondering, would you be required to have a competitive bid on that contract? I'm asking that of the staff here. I'm sorry.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Chair and members, yeah, state contracting rules would apply just because they have the name of contractor in their budget. We have a statement in the online system that says that approving a work plan, if it were approved with a name, does not mean that we're intending to have a sole source contract.
Good.
Commissioner Albrecht.
Thank you. And thanks, Rita, Miss Science teacher, and Ted for your presentation. Appreciate that small communities often don't have the resources to do park projects or restoration projects or even stormwater projects. So I think this is a great project and thanks for bringing it to us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Faber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question for you both. I just finished a project working in conjunction with a number of the Long Prairie Watershed Soil and Water Conservation Districts for one watershed, one plan. And so I'm just curious if, this is on the Long Prairie River in town there. Have you thought about, any cooperation with Deja and the Soil and Water Conservation District in Todd County? Because I'm sure this would be something that they would be interested in as we're working to implement actions along the river to improve it. So I'm just curious if you have had contact with her.
We've been working through with Todd County Soil and Water on various projects to update some of the current trails we had there. So the Todd County Watershed is aware of this. I actually was set on that committee as well as the One Watershed, One Plan, which is also kind of one of the reasons why we sparked the interest of applying for this to create that natural reservoir for the stormwater runoff. But to have direct conversation in relation to this project with Deja, we have not had that, other than just going through the proper channels to make sure that we are doing work that's allowed in that wetland and flood zone.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's quite the beautiful oxbow you have there in Long Prairie. And I'm wondering if there's an opportunity there to turn some of that into an outdoor classroom and teach the students about wetland habitat along the river there.
And I think the goal is to have that, to make it more accessible. Right now, it isn't as accessible as we would like it to be. Because the trails are not been restored. We did just some minor work this last fall to work an area that had these mounds that had been dumped there, as we had mentioned during the dump site. But absolutely, we'd like to. There's over. There's a rough estimate of about 130 different species of plants and other wildlife that can exist there. Obviously the ecosystem can allow for a variety of things, which is nice to have that located in our small community right in town.
Lots of pollinators grow naturally in this area. Swamp milkweed and
wild iris.
30 clumps of wild iris in this area. 7 acres.
Great. Any other questions? Thank you. Next up is item number 2024-014, Virginia Breidenbach, Native Plant Community Data in City of Duluth by the Minnesota Land Trust, page 8, number 94. Welcome and begin your presentation.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members. My name is Virginia Breidenbach, and I am the St. Louis River Restoration Program Manager with Minnesota Land Trust. Our proposal addresses the protection, conservation, preservation, and enhancement of the natural resources through the mapping of native plant communities in the 15,000 acres of public open space within the city of Duluth. Minnesota Land Trust has been working with the city for more than 12 years to support management and protection of their open space. Recently, we co-led development of the city's first ever natural resources management program plan and supported the city in the acquisition of over 2,000 acres of tax forfeited open space. The city's 15,000 acres of public open space is a vital resource for the community, the region, and the state, providing habitat, supporting climate resiliency, providing flood control, community health and well-being benefits, and economic benefits. To provide some context on the spatial impact of our proposed effort, imagine the city of Duluth sitting on the shores of Lake Superior and the St. Louis River, with over 30 miles of shoreline on the river and 15 miles of shoreline on the lake. Within the boundaries of the city, 42 named streams flow, 16 of which are designated brook trout streams. Spread across the city, this open space in question, which is equivalent to 23 square miles, provides habitat and recreational opportunities for the city's 86,000 residents, 3.5 million annual visitors, 169 species of birds, which includes 52 species of conservation concern, known to move through or nest along the city's St. Louis River natural area, and 76,000 migrating raptors recorded each year at the Hawk Ridge Observatory. During the past 5 years of our work with the city, we have brought restoring and maintaining native plant communities to the fore as a foundational approach for management of the city's natural resources, consistent with the Land Trust's work across the state. Native plant community information allows not only for more effective planning, but it also directly supports habitat management projects and activities and is consistent with statewide standards. This foundational information allows us to identify priority areas of unique and rare habitat to protect and preserve, identify areas where invasive species infestations are a threat or have already occurred, set native plant community targets for areas in need of restoration. It's basically design information for restoration of plant communities. And it allows us to be shovel ready to apply for on-the-ground restoration funds. For example, recently we received $200,000 in federal funds from the Forest Service for tree planting and high-quality bird habitat impacted by the Emerald Ash Borer. The focus of our proposed work is to develop native plant community maps using geospatial and field verification methods for the 10,000 acres of public lands in the city that have not yet been mapped. The knowledge developed in this project will support not only current and future work, but will also help secure major investments made by the state already in places like Hawk Ridge, the Hartley Nature Center, Spirit Mountain, Knowle Creek, and the Wabauj Canal Trail. In addition, the information developed in our project will be made available to over 30 local, state, and federal partners who are active in the cleanup and restoration of the estuary, including the 1854 Treaty Authority for their work on invasive species management on treaty lands within the city. Supporting this effort allows the Land Trust and the city and our other partners to leverage federal Great Lakes Restoration Initiative funds for restoration and protection of the vital resources in the St. Louis River and Lake Superior landscape. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration of our proposal, and I am happy to take any questions.
Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation. This project seems ripe for more education. Is there any plans to put some of these maps and data actually at the site where the public can look at them when they're hiking?
Thank you, Commissioner. That's a great question. And it's something that we will consider. There aren't any plans currently for putting information at the sites of hiking and trail use, but I will say that the data that is developed in this effort will be made available to the public through the Lake Superior Headwaters Sustainability Partnership website, which is a collaborative partnership by state throughout this Headwaters region. And it's a component of that effort is really to share out information for the community and public knowledge.
Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you for that. I think people don't think about some of these things when they're out hiking and they actually see the project. Would, at a minimum, would you put that website at locations where people could at least look it up?
Ms. Breitenbach.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Absolutely, we can do that. And I actually really love the idea of creating signage, and that's something I will definitely bring to the city and figure out a way that we can incorporate that within the parks program, information sharing and public outreach.
Thank you.
Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you speak to the involvement of the St. Louis County Cooperative Weed Management Area?
Ms. Breitenbach.
The St. Louis County Cooperative Weed Management Area is not an organization that I have been involvement with as far as a partner within the city of Duluth, and that may be I'm wondering, we work often with the with Duluth SISMA, which is the Cooperative Invasive Species Management Authority that works with regional partners as well with invasive species management. And the team of folks for the invasive species management of the Lake Superior Headwater Sustainability Partnership includes a number of partners that we interact with. So I'm claiming unfortunate ignorance on the St. Louis County partnership, but there are certainly any number of other partners that we work with locally on invasive species work.
Commissioner Pickel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The SISMA is also good. I was just curious because I saw that SEH was your planned partner for doing a lot of that. And I didn't know if there was already a lot of invasive species volunteers and organizations that were going to be used for field verification and plant community classification.
Oh, I see. Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, the SEH is a hopeful partner for this effort. They've done a lot of work already with the city in terms of mapping and the land trust in terms of mapping native plant communities. The land trust and the city both work actively with SISMA and Community Action Duluth Stream Corps to do invasive species monitoring as well as treatment and control efforts. So this information will be basically as soon as we collect it, it's going to be entering into the implementation phase of what are the next actions that we need to do based on the information we find here. And so I can't state strongly enough that this is really vital baseline information for efforts for that work, supporting that invasive species monitoring work.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, we are done with our morning session. Ms. Nash, do you want to give us a little roadmap? We're about 15 minutes ahead, and I'm assuming there's some lunch. Do you want us to, should we come back 15 minutes early? Is that possible, or is that too disruptive for the presenters?
Mr. Chair, members, I'm thinking it might be best to stay on the schedule because we have been running ahead of time and we already are asking folks to come an hour in advance. So,
okay.
And lunch is not yet here. It is due any moment. And
so we will proceed at reconvene at 12:30. Do you want to describe how what happens for those virtually online and for folks watching at home?
thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, any members or presenters who may already be signed into Zoom, we will push you into a virtual break room. And I just want to give a heads up to be careful about bouncing back into the main room on Zoom because the main room will continue to be streaming live on YouTube. So just watch your microphones and cameras while we're in break, and then we encourage you to turn your cameras back on once we have reconvened.
And would it be handy for members to get their per diem done in this fiscal year? And so it can be approved in this fiscal year, which ends on June 30th.
So moved, Mr. Chair. Yes, I think Diana would appreciate also if you can combine yesterday's meeting and today's meeting. No, I mean today's meeting and tomorrow's meeting into one sheet. That would be helpful for her as well. Thank you.
With that, we are in recess until 12:30.
Just one comment for you guys, for you Minnesota native cacti people. There are 3 species in Minnesota, the ball cactus, 2 of them. The other 2 are both, the genus is Opuntia. And we saw them on a field trip a number of years ago in their native habitat down southwest by Luverne. And I have 4 of them in my yard up north. So I've introduced them and they're growing quite well. Thank you. Prickly pear is the common name.
Is it edible like the nopal?
No, and they have the nastiest things on them that you can have. They're tiny, you can't see them till you later on, and they stick, and if you don't get them out, you will have them for potentially days. Yeah.
And you plan to go
Drive my wife crazy, but I've got them. I wanted those native cactus.
I mean, it's pretty cool. I did not know that.
Oh, they're really cool. They grow big
Cactus.
panels like this.
Wait, I missed part of what you're saying, so.
I'm still waiting for
Yeah.
it back.
Okay,
her.
somebody,
And
somebody nearby me has
But
a
I'm
bunch of
gonna-
those growing on the boulevard.
Yep.
They must be really like drought tolerant.
And they have, so you don't wanna touch them without like rubber gloves on.
Okay.
Because the leather glove, these little things you can't believe will go through. And I've got shoes that have.
Maybe it's because the buttons are
stack.
It works and they're quite nice flowers. They really
They're
they're
the
kind of
ones that have additional
wild
stuff,
rose.
like their
They flowers look like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
They're really clear. And they're really quite hard.
Okay, I'll get that.
And also
Um,
members who
you are
are,
my witness.
we have nothing, weeds out there.
You're like, so I know all of this. Okay. She was so speedy.
Whatever, yeah. For you.
I always say, I think I know, because I'm originally from Hawaii, and I'm like, I know the plants in Hawaii pretty well. But then I came here and I'm like,
No, but we have.
Over and over again?
Yeah.
No, you do.
I did everything.
I got the little brush.
I can't see it there.
Fired up, ready to go. You streaming? Just stay serious. Don't worry about it. Over.
Oh.
Go cycle, throw all your stuff.
This is paper. No one can be.
Doing his magic.
Yeah. Also, it's telling me I can't turn on the host turned off my camera. I don't know if that's happening to anybody else.
Not quite.
And are we all bumped?
Yeah, break rules.
Hi, Leanne, I was just letting you know I can see you.
Okay. We are streaming live.
Meeting will come back to order. It is Tuesday, June 27th, roughly 12:32 p.m. And we are going to start with proposal ID 2024-036. Lini Sethna, Reconstructing Historical Wild Rice to Understand Its Future, from the Science Museum, Minnesota, St. Croix Watershed Research Station, page 8, number 95. Welcome to the commission and proceed.
Oh, is she not hearing us?
They should be live. Testing.
Yeah, we can hear you online.
Yeah. Oh, there we go.
Go ahead.
I don't know, let's try again, Dan.
Leanne, maybe try again. Just say something and I think.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, now you.
Yes, okay. Great, thank you so much. Well, thank you, Chair Hansen and Commissioners, for inviting me here today to share the details of our proposal.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Can you hear me okay now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much for inviting me here. I'm going to be sharing the details of our proposal entitled Reconstructing Historical Wild Rice to Understand Its Future. My name is Leanne Sethna, and I'm a postdoctoral researcher at the St. Croix Watershed Research Station, the Environmental Research Institute of the Science Museum of Minnesota. I'd also like to acknowledge our project collaborators, Joshua Jones and Shane Bowe with Red Lake Nation, who have helped us to develop our proposal and will help us implement the project objectives. Our proposed project seeks to identify the environmental stressors affecting wild rice decline by reconstructing historic relationships between wild rice and environmental change. Our main motivation for the project is to understand how environmental change and human landscape modifications have altered and will continue to alter wild rice stands. Wild rice is a state grain of Minnesota, and it is a culturally significant crop for people across the Upper Great Lakes region. Not only is wild rice central to food sovereignty for many Indigenous communities, non-tribal harvesters contribute approximately $32 million annually to the Minnesota economy through the sale of licenses, equipment, and wild rice itself. The health and abundance of wild rice is in decline across Minnesota lakes due to a number of environmental stressors, such as increasing sulfate, nutrient pollution, and sedimentation. The impacts of some of these stressors, particularly the impacts of sulfate, have been previously examined. However, significant knowledge gaps remain in understanding the interactive and combined effects of environmental change on wild rice populations. Our proposed project will fill these knowledge gaps by pairing measurements of historic wild rice abundance with historic lake conditions and water quality. The effects of environmental change on wild rice in the past need to be understood to efficiently and effectively manage, protect, and restore this critical natural resource into the future. Our first project objective is to identify study lakes that are 1, culturally and economically relevant to stakeholders' rice harvest, and 2, represent a gradient of wild rice abundance and health. While the greatest concentration of wild rice is found in Aitkin, Cass, Crow Wing, Itasca, and St. Louis counties, wild rice was historically found throughout the entire state. Studying lakes that represent a gradient of extirpated, stressed, and abundant wild rice will allow us to identify factors that contribute to the decline or resiliency of wild rice lakes throughout Minnesota. We will rely on relationships with Minnesota DNR or surveying Minnesota wild rice lakes as part of a previously funded LCCMR project, as well as tribal partners at Red Lake Nation to identify appropriate study lakes that address our research questions. Our second objective will use paleolimnology, or the study of lake sediments, to reconstruct historic lake conditions, including water quality, nutrient concentration, water levels, and wild rice abundance. Lake sediments archive the conditions of the past, and we can reconstruct these conditions as if turning back through the pages in a book. The St. Croix Watershed Research Station is renowned worldwide for our lake sediment studies, and our laboratory is fully equipped to collect, analyze, and document environmental change using lake sediments. Our third and final objective will examine the relationship between historic environmental conditions and wild rice to determine the mechanisms influencing modern wild rice population health. These data will be paired with state and tribal harvest records to give us a foundational understanding of the most impactful environmental stressors. We can apply this knowledge to targeted management strategies that will protect and restore wild rice under future environmental change. We will work closely with our tribal partners, as well as Minnesota DNR and LCCMR, to disseminate project results and identify management strategies that prioritize wild rice health and water quality. A statewide survey of non-tribal wild rice harvesters found that 80% of respondents believe wild rice needs better protection, and 73% support conducting more research on wild rice. Our project directly responds to these results. The scientific understanding of the water quality and habitat conditions necessary for restoration and protection of naturally occurring wild rice has advanced through legislatively funded research. LCCMR's funding of this proposal will expand the study of wild rice impacts beyond sulfate to ensure that wild rice management is robust in the face of environmental change. Nowhere has wild rice been more important or held a richer history than in Minnesota. Wild rice embodies state cultural, environmental, and economic values and deserves greater study for its preservation and restoration. I thank you for the opportunity to share our proposal and our enthusiasm for the study of historic wild rice and its relationship with environmental change. We welcome the chance to further discuss the details of this project, and I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Member, any questions? Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You talked about future stressors. What about some of the threats from some of the activity going up north with mining? And, the sulfates.
Yes, Chair Hansen and Commissioners, thank you for your question. We are aware of the impacts of sulfate on wild rice production. And one of the questions that we hope to answer is how modern wild rice stands are affected by contemporary or modern sulfate concentrations. However, through conversations with Red Lake and other tribal entities, we're also studying beyond sulfate contamination and looking at things like how increasing sedimentation rates or increasing nutrient pollution into the future might impact future wild rice population health.
Senator Green.
So you're studying the decline of wild rice, but so you must have some data already. Do you know around the state, is it decreasing evenly across the state, or are some areas worse than others?
Thank you, Chair Hansen and Commissioners. Thank you for your question. The decline of wild rice is not equal across the state. You can tell by the map here that a lot of wild rice harvest is still occurring in the northern portions of the state, even though there were wild rice harvests documented throughout the state in previous years in the past. So wild rice decline is not uniform across the state. In some lakes, it's actually shown to be coming back. And actually our research station is involved in a project to understand how wild rice has come back in a lake in the Shakopee, Mdewakanton Sioux community. So There is wild rice that is coming back. There's wild rice that has gone away. And so our study hopes to address lakes that represent a gradient of wild rice occurrence across the state.
Senator Green,
I look forward to that study.
Commissioner Moore.
Thank you, Chair Hansen, and thank you, Chair Gibson, for the thoughtful question regarding future risks to wild rice. Just a comment, I'm supportive of this project, and I'm appreciative of the fact that you have reached out to the Red Lake Tribal Environmental Department for their collaboration in this work. But thank you for that.
Yes, thank you. The involvement of the Red Lake DNR and Red Lake Nation has been really integral in setting up our research questions and defining our project goals.
Great. Any other questions? Thank you. Next up, proposal ID 2024-048. Annette S. Lee, Turtle Island Skywatchers, Minnesota Research and Data Visualization, Native Skywatchers, Inc., page 8, number 96. Welcome and proceed. Are you there?
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Introduce yourself, and I believe you'll appear on our screen. Hopefully.
Hello, this is Annette. Is this the check, or is this the start of my presentation?
This is the start of your presentation.
Okay, we're early. Perfect. Thank you. Anin, Han, hello everyone. Mitakuye Oyasin. This is Annette Lee. I am an artist, a scientist, a scholar, an indigenous community builder. I am mixed race, Lakota, of Chinese, Irish, and Native ancestry. I'm speaking to you from Minnesota Makoche, the land where the water reflects the sky. This is the original territory of the Dakota and later Ojibwe peoples. These are my communities. I speak to you with a good heart in hopes that in this short time we have together, we can create something meaningful. Mitakuye Oyasin. I am the founder and director of Native Skywatchers, which has been working in research and programming for our Native youth. It's an Indigenous-led, community-based grassroots organization, which became an official nonprofit in 2022. Though I started this in 2007, 16 years ago. Our aim is to revitalize our sky and earth knowledge and our relationship in a concept that we call Kapemini from Lakota tradition. We hope to improve current inequities for Native youth and to increase STEM opportunities, and most importantly, wellness. We work at the intersection of science, art, and culture. Our foundational principle comes from our Mi'kmaq elders and colleagues. It's called Etawaptimunk, two-eyed seeing. It means to see with the best in one eye, with the Western ways of knowing, and to see with the best in the other eye from our indigenous ways of knowing, but to use both eyes for the benefit of all. That is our foundational principle at Native Skywatchers. Our project is called Turtle Island Skywatchers, Minnesota Research and Data Visualization. The problem that we're addressing within the environment is to scale out to the biggest picture. It's a problem of disconnection. There's not enough young people, especially those from tribal and our underserved communities, that care about protecting, conserving, preserving, and enhancing Minnesota's air, water, land, fish, wildlife, and other natural resources. Disconnected. I can tell them about the magic and the beauty and the power and the wellness and the strength that comes from being out in nature and having a firsthand relationship. I can tell them about the sense of awe, but the only way for them to truly have that themselves is to be out in nature, to reconnect. Let's face it, here in Minnesota, our Native youth have some of the lowest high school graduation rates and some of the highest youth suicide rates. These are my kids. This is my community. Our solution is to look to our indigenous ways of knowledge, to remember how we are related to all life. Mitakuye Oyasin, how we are related to all living beings. And we have a responsibility as members of the two-leggeds to do our part. We have to reconnect. Our solution is to engage younger populations, especially those from our Native and underserved communities, in research opportunities that are both scientifically and culturally relevant. This will improve the state of knowledge in our youth and in everyone in both Western science and in Indigenous perspectives. Again, this is the gift of multiple perspectives to increase the tribal literacy and ultimately wellness. Our outcomes is a threefold approach at the intersection of science, research, culture, and art. Number one, we collect images and acoustic data from turtles and their habitats, analyze the data, explore research questions. Just last November, it was published for the first time that turtles actually do make sounds underwater. Our second approach is data visualization of particularly Minnesota place-based animals, especially those related to our indigenous constellations, climate crisis, and environmental stewardship. Hmong, loon, Mayengan, wolf, even the thunderbeans, wakians, with all the latest storms and weather. The third activity is to engage Minnesota residents in a citizen science research-based call to action. Raw data collected by our team, led by Indigenous youth, will be streamlined into an easy to participate online activity. Think of it, Zooniverse Minnesota, in collaboration with our National Park and Voyageurs Conservancy. Lastly, our specific outcomes. Across all three activities, Native Skywatchers will engage 5,000 Minnesotans, 50% or more Indigenous or underserved, 50% or more youth. With activity one, we will create 3 primary research cohort teams with Indigenous students and their educators throughout the state based on our 16-year work and networking throughout Minnesota within Minnesota educational communities. Outcome 2 on activity 2 is the data visualization. We will create a digital motion media campaign, maps in motion, data visualization. Produce 15 to 30 animations relevant to our Indigenous youth. They pick the topic, they ask the questions, they do the research. We help them build their skill sets, their visual communication tool set for the 21st century. Third and lastly, our activity on citizen researchers. We create a Zooniverse platform for Turtle Island Skywatchers, and we gather participants, particularly citizens of Minnesota, 3,000 visitors over the 2-year project period. I'd like to end this presentation by saying Pilamea Miigwech, thank you. This is Native Skywatchers, Annette Lee. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Seeing none, you did a great job. Next up, item proposal ID 2024-063, Matthew Peterson, monitoring Minnesota's insects, connecting habitat to insect prey. University of Minnesota College of Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resources, page 8, number 97. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Hansen and committee members, for the opportunity to meet today and present my proposal. My name is Dr. Matt Peterson. I'm an associate professor at the University of Minnesota in the Department of Entomology. This proposal seeks to address a critical knowledge gap that exists related to our knowledge of Minnesota's insects, specifically those insects that are utilized by other species, namely birds and bats, as a food source. The goal here is to identify and monitor insect abundance and composition, and then relate these factors to the corresponding forest habitat. This is a systems-based investigation that will monitor insect abundance and identify ways to maintain or increase their abundance in the state, as a healthy insect population will promote healthy populations of other animals that feed upon them. Now, I understand that suggesting a study that will seek to increase insect populations in Minnesota can feel like a tough sell. We have a lot of pests out there that people don't like, but insect ecosystem services, so if you think nutrient cycling, dead wood biomass reduction, or serving as food sources for other animals, provide an estimated $57 billion of value annually in the United States. Insects are the little things that run the world, and they provide essential, though not easily measured, functions in the environment. Critically, several recent studies, both internationally and in Minnesota, have documented serious declines in the abundance of bird species that utilize insects as a food source. It would not be surprising to hear that at the same time, there are declines occurring in insect abundances. Numerous studies have documented serious and significant declines in insects over the past 50 years. Insect trends in Minnesota are largely unknown, but it's important to understand that as Minnesota's insect abundances go, so go the organisms that feed upon them. And understanding the role of Minnesota's insects to birds, habitats, and ecosystems will help to increase environmental health for the state. So as you can see on the screen behind me, insects can connect animals like birds and bats to specific habitat types. Here you have a fly larvae that develops and feeds on fungus, then completes its life cycle to an adult, can be eaten by a bird. So in this way, the fungus can be seen as providing energy to the bird, though the bird does not directly feed on the fungus. The biology of insects can be very complex, developing one habitat, as shown on the slide, before emerging as an adult and being eaten by another organism. Insects can feed on and develop in soil, leaf litter, on specific plants, dead wood, fungus, or even be predators. A major knowledge gap exists surrounding the occurrence, stability, and timing of insect species in the environment, and also the factors that influence their abundance and persistence. The solution to this problem is a creation of an integrated experiential learning program that combines an original study of the forest inhabiting insects in Minnesota with instruction on insect monitoring and field collection techniques. Specifically, the outcomes of the project will train students on the techniques used to collect and monitor insects, while including their efforts in research initiatives that will investigate long-term trends of insects in Minnesota. This learning by doing approach will provide benefit by educating students on the importance of insects in ecological systems and apply those efforts to collect data on insect presence and ecology. Natural resource professionals need a systems-based mindset when approaching management issues. This work will enhance skill sets in an area that is often neglected by these professionals, namely the role of insects. This project seeks to establish a field entomology course at the Itasca Biological Station. As part of the instruction of this course, students will participate in original research in one of two projects or both. One is a study that will investigate the composition and ecological structure of insects within breeding bird habitats. It will build off of previous work aimed at understanding breeding bird numbers in Minnesota and highlight how insect life history will provide a fuller image of the ecological system. The other study will be used to evaluate the potential for species change in a community of crane flies. This is a group of insects that I work on, and it's a very important group to bird and bat species as a food source. And it'll look at those in Itasca State Park. An original study was actually conducted 50 years ago in this group. And it's one of the few groups that are out there that we have long-term data that we can look for change in composition over time. The outcomes of the study will be data on the status, identity, and ecology of Minnesota insect species, a framework for long-term monitoring of insects in the state, and training for a next generation of entomologists on techniques and approaches that will allow them to participate in research as they are learning these approaches. Outside of insect species that are pollinators, pests, or those that provide pest control, our knowledge and basic life history information for many of Minnesota's insects is severely lacking. However, success in documenting Minnesota's insects can successfully occur when investments are made and entomology skills are developed. The integration of inventory, education, and monitoring presented in this proposal has a capacity to safeguard and protect the insects in the state and provides to those species that feed upon them. But thank you for your time and consideration for this proposal.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Your favorites.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Peterson, I was going to comment and then kind of a question when you had mentioned when I was reading about within the last 3 years about the decline in insects. And it's not so much declines in overall numbers because we have very few that have increased tremendously. It's in diversity. And it was kind of a worldwide, they were looking at these insect data sets from a number of large laboratories and things across the world. And check me if I'm wrong, but didn't they, I mean, the number of species, ants have been increasing tremendously, not the number of species, but the number of individuals and stuff, that it's almost catastrophic. We're seeing a decline across the globe that's unmatched in maybe any other group of organisms. Did I read that right or did I read that wrong? Because you just seem to say, well, they've declined a little bit or something. And I think it's more than that.
Dr. Peterson.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Commissioner. The facts surrounding insect declines are complex and maybe a little beyond what I can explain at this time, but depending on where you look, what system of terrestrial versus aquatic system, or if we're looking at diversity versus absolute abundance, it can be very different depending on where you look. Overall, yes, we are finding that there is a reduction in overall numbers. There is a reduction in diversity that's occurring. Some systems it is doing much better. I believe the aquatic systems can be doing fairly well, or trusted systems can be doing worse. Forest systems tend to be a little bit better. Prairie systems have been hit a little bit harder. So the complexity relating to exactly where the declines are happening, it's site specific. And so the emphasis I would make is, and it's very difficult, especially when I'm trying to convince you for this proposal, we know very little about Minnesota. And so we know so little about which species are actually here in the state, then to go on where the trends are for the populations become very difficult. But you are correct in saying that diversity has been declining for some groups.
Commissioner Faber.
Follow up. Yeah, thanks, Dr. Peterson. And that was the key. I mean, we're wondering about Minnesota. We don't want to get to a point where species have disappeared before we know anything about them. If you look at some of our bird communities, red-headed woodpeckers or purple martins or some of our mammal communities. So we would like to be in a position. And you also just mentioned yourself, one long-term data set, crane flies. So we don't really know much of anything about many of the species. And I'm not talking mosquitoes and gnats and horseflies, but so I think that that's important to point out here.
Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are you going to be looking at the relationship between pesticides and some of these insect populations?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. Not in this particular study. Pesticide effects will not be taken into account. I think the major emphasis of this work will be to provide a baseline set of information about what we have and their initial numbers. And a large part of what we will try to do is come up with approaches for longer term monitoring. The difficulty in working with these species will be not that we'll be working with one or two species, but we'll be working more in the thousands of species. And so trying to find approaches that are repeatable, cost effective, that will be the outcome of the approach we'll try to work at. The main approach we'll try to do now is connect those species we identify to the habitats they're found at. once we can do that and come up with approaches for long-term trends, and then we can then later on come back in and see if we can identify some stressors that may be leading to declines.
Commissioner Pickel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm reading between the lines on this proposal. It seemed like there was an assessment of the health of the entomologist population in Minnesota. And I'm wondering if you can characterize the degree to which this is necessary to ensure that we have the next generation of entomologists.
Oh, thank you for that question, Commissioner. I'm an educator. Mostly what I do is I do a lot of teaching. So I have a fairly good grasp on how students and professionals see insects. We are very good at identifying and caring for some groups of insects that exist. Butterflies, pollinators are very important. And I wouldn't say that they're overemphasized, but those are groups that people tend to identify and relate to. The vast majority of species that are out there get a little bit less attention. And I think they probably need much more attention. But the approach is needed to go in and identify those and work with those groups is lacking. The expertise is not there. The approaches that you need to do for a standardized monitoring approach to understand populations, it's not as prevalent in education as maybe for other groups of organisms. And so I would always say there's always a need for more entomology education. And I think the more we know about insects, the better off we are.
Commissioner Pickel?
No follow-up. Thank you.
Commissioner Albright? Commissioner Reese?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to the presenter for this project. Had a question regarding the study. It seems like in activity 3, you're using 1 year 1970, and then perhaps 1 year as well for the contemporary time frame. And as we know, the years can change populations depending on different events. So is it going to be worthwhile data, and is the outcomes going to be what you're desiring, just to do the 1 year comparison?
Thank you for that
Dr. Peterson.
question, Commissioner Reese. I would love to have more years of data. I wish they would have collected more years in the past, but sometimes you have to go with what you have. And in this instance, it's a group that I'm very familiar with and I can work with and identify. This was work that was done. This is the only study of a group of insects. I would anticipate we'll find 200, if not 300 species for this group of flies in the state. This is the only study that's ever been done ever for the state. And so I think building off of that is what I can do. It will be informative because in thinking about what species we know were here at that time, we can analyze what habitats they were at, what their ecological role for those species are. We can then do another snapshot now and see if some of those habitat associations may have changed or some species dropped out in certain habitats. So I think it will be informative and it will allow us to understand some change over time. And importantly, the integration of the education component to this will allow investigation by students to learn the techniques to go about collecting these certain groups of insects.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Reese?
Thank you. So it's not clear to me in the contemporary study, is this 1 year then again, or are you going to do it multiple years?
Dr. Peterson? Thank you
for the follow-up. The goal for this story would be to replicate the study that was done previously and then expand upon that study. I would expect the efforts that were made at that location, that would be a good start to get a snapshot. But my goal for this project, which is beyond the proposal that was submitted today, is to do a long-term funnel investigation for this group of flies across the entire state. This will be a start within this one area to replicate something that was done, but it also gives a chance for a much larger project to really increase the knowledge of the diversity of an important group of insects within the state.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Dr. Peterson, I have a entomology 4-H box from about 1979 with some insects on pins and then some that are dust. So I don't know if there's any use for that. It's stored in a secure, dry place, but it's there were a lot of kids that did that for 4-H projects at that time, and my box is retained. So if there's a need for it, I do have that for it.
Thank you, Chair. I will,
I'll
I'll reach out to
sacrifice
you
it.
if I can use that, I'll reach out to you.
Thank you. Next up is proposal ID 2024-072. Kyle Johnson, foundational data for moth and butterfly conservation, Minnesota DNR Ecological and Water Resources Division, and that is on page 8, number 98, line 98, for those following the score sheet. Welcome and proceed. Becca's checking if they are there.
Oh, good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yep. Yes. Welcome.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Chair and Commission members, for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Kyle Johnson. I work for the Minnesota Biological Survey, which is part of the Department of Natural Resources. And I'm here today speaking on foundational data for moth and butterfly conservation. Minnesotans, as you know, are very concerned with declining biodiversity, particularly pollinators. As our previous presenter noted, insects are key components of that diversity. Moths and butterflies stand out in that they are the dominant herbivores in the ecosystem, both in terms of biomass. That means as caterpillars, they eat more plant matter than all the deer, the moose, the rabbits, all the vertebrates combined, and far outnumber them in terms of species. We don't have a complete list, but we're looking at maybe upwards of 2,500 or more species just in Minnesota. They're also significant pollinators, both day and night. And remember, pollination doesn't stop after the sun goes down. But despite this importance, we can't even provide Minnesotans a simple list of the species that occur in the state, much less a handy reference that would note natural history information or conservation concerns. This affects everyone from nature enthusiasts to conservation practitioners. It's hard to manage land for biodiversity if you don't know what might be there. So what are we going to do about this? The main part of this project is to build the first Minnesota list of moths and butterflies. This annotated list will feature species distributions, habitat use, conservation concerns, and other information. Previous efforts by the Minnesota Biological Survey, many of which were funded by LCCMR, will form the backbone of this project. To date, we've documented nearly 2,000 species across the state. It's time to put this information in one place. We'll also dig into historical data housed in insect collections across the state. This will give insight into how our fauna may have changed. We'll also conduct new surveys to fill in gaps from previous efforts, targeting poorly explored areas of the state, as well as sites of biodiversity significance. The second goal of this project is outreach, including public field trips and boots on the ground visits with land managers. I'll say more on those in a moment. So what are some of the outcomes and benefits of this project? There are many. The results will feed directly into the State Wildlife Action Plan, which identifies conservation priorities for the next 10 years. It will also aid a variety of other projects, including the Pollination Guide, which is another ENRTF-funded project. This will help conservation practitioners manage rare species by highlighting those that might be sensitive to management or noting areas with notable diversity. In-person visits with land managers can have a profound impact. For example, last year I did a visit to Whitewater Wildlife Management Area in southeastern Minnesota, and I found a particular bluff prairie that had rare species that I wasn't seeing on some of the other bluff prairies. I spoke with the manager and we ended up with a modified prescribed burn plan that spared a lot of that prairie, which would give a chance for those to recolonize the burned areas in subsequent years. And today, that area looks great. And if that hadn't happened, those species might not have survived. This project will also foster Minnesotans' curiosity for the natural world. Can I get a show of hands from the commission? How many of you have experienced, you look behind me, this is a moth sheet, mercury vapor and UV light, and just moths flying all over. How many have experienced something like that? Oh, we've got a couple of hands. That's exciting. Well, most Minnesotans, even those with passion for the natural world, haven't actually experienced something like that. So when you get kids or even adults out there, it's like kid in a candy shop situation, but pretty amazing. So yeah, most people are not familiar with Minnesota's nightlife. And it gives insight into an appreciation for what's in their own backyard. If you see this moth with the bright pink hindwings, if you have willows near where you live, you probably have this moth in your backyard. It also gives appreciation for some of the amazing and bizarre creatures we have. If we look on the other side here, these are new species to science. That's right, you don't have to go to the tropics. There are new species to science right here in Minnesota. The one on the top there, that's not just a new species, it's a new genus to science, and that was discovered in the Red Lake peatland scientific and natural area. And the one on the bottom here, that one, I know of only one place on planet Earth for that moth. It doesn't have a name, and it was just south of where the Greenwood fire happened in Lake County. So we almost lost the world's only known population of that. But point is, there are some amazing things out there we know of and more yet to discover. And I'd like to end by noting, as our previous presenter noted, inspiring the next generation of scientists and entomologists is particularly important. And there's an increased need for this type of work in Minnesota and around the world. But unfortunately, fewer and fewer people are picking up the torch, and we need to change this. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any of your questions.
Members, any questions? Commissioner Gibson.
Sorry, these are great presentations. I've been using a guide from Wisconsin, so I really want something from Minnesota. Will you be talking about, I get so many questions about the caterpillars. Will that be in this guide? And the other question I get a lot is about what plants should I grow for this particular species? So will that be in the guide?
Dr. Johnson.
Thank you for your question, Commissioner. Great question. As far as caterpillars, that's actually a life stage. Most things we identify by the adult, and we don't know much about the caterpillars. But as far as this project, that will be part of it. I do look for caterpillars in the wild, and that gives us insight into what plants they feed on. And if it feeds, we only know of it from feeding on a prairie plant, it's probably associated with prairies. There may be some images included of larvae in the caterpillars in the guide. And to your question about what to plant, I mean, there's so much context about where you live and what habitats are around you, but obviously native plants are a great place to start. Plants that have good nectar value, you know, things like milkweeds and that are fantastic. And, you know, there's some trees like oak support so much diversity where, you know, maybe other trees don't support, you know, spruces and things don't support as much, but it all depends on the context of where you live and what's around you. So that's a great question. And wish more people would do that.
Commissioner Faber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This will be a little bit more of a comment because I'm excited about this project as well. When you think about somebody says, what were you going to be? What when you were young maybe led to, and for me it was entomology, it was collecting moths, especially moths and butterflies, and I'm talking 55 plus years ago. And then I got into frogs, snakes, and turtles. So I guess I would call myself an entomoherpetologist. Okay, but then you just hit the nail on the head when you said caterpillars are the dominant herbivores in Minnesota. I ended up doing my graduate work, because I'm still in wildlife biology, on moose. So I don't know what the relationship there is, but I think it's timely, to say the least, that we're finally getting something like this done. Like I said, I can remember going out with under the lights in the evenings and stuff, collecting moths and or especially moths and so on. So I just want to say thank you, and I hope we get you some funding for this project. It's well deserved and needed. Thank you.
Dr. Johnson.
Thank you for your comment, Commissioner. And I'd like to add that I started at the age of 5 and I wanted to be an entomologist / herpetologist. I'm still interested in herpetology, but the entomology certainly took over as a primary interest. So I can certainly relate to that.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions? So I don't know if picking up the torch is the right thing if you're bringing the moth to the flame.
Well, the torch, that doesn't burn them.
I think it's shine a light on.
We can shine light on it.
Oh.
we're here all afternoon, right?
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next up is number 2024-150. Holly Bernardo, Improving Aquatic Plant Knowledge for Healthy Waters. Minnesota DNR Ecological and Water Resources Division, page 9, number 1, line 104. Welcome to the commission. Proceed.
Thank you. And good afternoon, Chair and members. Thank you for your time today. My name is Dr. Holly Bernardo. I'm the Plant Survey Supervisor for the Department of Natural Resources Minnesota Biological Survey. And I'm presenting on improving aquatic plant knowledge for healthy waters. So given we are the land of 10,000 lakes, it's not hard to see why it's important that we conserve the health and quality of our aquatic systems in Minnesota. There are many reasons why Minnesotans love living and recreating in lakes and lake shores. And many of those reasons are directly connected to the ecosystem services that aquatic plants provide. Native aquatic plants help keep lake waters clean and clear by taking up nutrients that could otherwise be taken up by things like algal blooms. Aquatic plants buffer wave action and so can help prevent shoreline erosion. They help to create recreational opportunities by providing nesting material or other habitat needs for game bird and game fish species. And there's even an aquatic plant called pickerel weed that is the only host of a specialist pollinating bee species. But unfortunately, all those services from native aquatic plant species are at an increasing risk of disruption. For example, from climate change, which is changing hydrological patterns, and the loss of natural shorelines due to development. This proposal will expand on previous ENRTF supported work, addressing critical gaps in our basic understanding of native aquatic plant species to help inform protection, conservation, and management decisions. So the Minnesota Biological Survey began aquatic plant inventories in 1995. As of 2022, we've surveyed and completed plant species lists for 2,155 lakes in Minnesota. We've documented 44 rare native species at over 1,300 locations. And in addition to native species, our surveys are often the first to report new locations of aquatic invasive species. And we've steadily added new records to our state list of aquatic plants. So the Biological Survey discovered purple flowered bladderwort for the first time in Minnesota in Cass County in 1992. We discovered robin spike rush in Aitkin County in 1995. We discovered a new algal-like pondweed in Minnesota in St. Louis County in 2008. And most recently, we discovered pointed watermeal, which is a species of duckweed that is one of the world's smallest flowering plants in Washington County in 2020. So based on these invaluable discoveries from only roughly 20% of the lakes in Minnesota, we propose to continue this important work in areas still lacking lake surveys, mostly the southern part of the state. And so first, we propose to continue documenting the distribution of native aquatic plant species in Big Stone, Sibley, Nicollet, Carver, and Scott counties, where the Biological Survey has yet to conduct lake surveys. Second, we also propose here to expand beyond lakes and lakeshore systems to include river shorelines, backwaters, and sandbars. These systems have had even less surveying than lakes. And third, we propose to expand the scope of the foundational data we collect in several parts of the state. By adding documentation of rare species population abundance, viability, and spatial extent, our data will provide more thorough guidance informing these management decisions. So you can see, if I can get this right, an example of a full mapped spatial extent of a population in the graphic here to the side of me. The red shapes are the mapped locations of a rare nearshore aquatic plant species. And last, we will process, curate, disseminate these data statewide through all of our standard avenues, such as the Minnesota Geospatial Commons, DNR Lake Finder, the Lakes of Biological Significance, and the DNR Rare Species Guide. And of course, we will deliver these data directly anywhere aquatic plant biodiversity information can be of benefit to our partners or stakeholders or other Minnesotans. So in conclusion, the data that the Minnesota Biological Survey produce in some form or arena are used every day in ways that exemplify the mission of the NRTF to protect, conserve, preserve, or enhance Minnesota's natural resources for the benefit of current citizens and future generations. By surveying more lakes, new types of aquatic systems, and doing so in greater detail, our data will be able to help more people make the best decisions they can to enhance water quality, water-based recreation, waterfowl management, aquatic biodiversity conservation, and many other activities. So thank you for your time today, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Members, any questions? Commissioner Pickel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wonder if you could speak to the cooperation with tribal communities or individuals in the areas you're surveying.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. So we at the Minnesota Biological Survey work with our tribal partners in many different ways. A lot of it has to do with information sharing, whether we survey on their land and then provide them information. For aquatic work, the vast majority of the surveys happen on public waters. And so there's not sort of formal collaborations that are required, but we do share the data anywhere that it's requested, and we share it obviously throughout the public.
Commissioner Pickel.
No follow-up.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next up, proposal ID 2024-158, Ron Moen, new small mammal monitoring methods for Minnesota. A lot of alliteration there. University of Minnesota Duluth, NRI, page 9, line 105. Welcome.
Okay, I'm here, but I can't start my, okay, now I can.
There you are.
Okay, thank you, Chair Hansen and members. Yes, I'm here to talk about mice and shrews, and my name is Ron Moen, and like you said, I'm a professor at the University of Minnesota Duluth and with the Natural Resources Research Institute, and it's nice to be back. It's been a while since I've been up here. So, you know, mice and shrews, they're smaller species. They aren't quite as popular as some of the things that I work with, but they are important. And, you know, they support fox populations, bobcats, coyotes, hawks, and owls. In terms of economics, they eat weed seeds, insect pests, and they also eat agricultural crops. And for human health, you know, when I grew up there, we didn't even think about this, but you've all heard of Lyme disease, and hantavirus, for example, is a new one that it's surprising to me how it's approaching Minnesota. And then from a management perspective, the Minnesota State Wildlife Action Plan identifies species in greatest conservation need. In 11 of the 22 mammal species are mice and shrews. So there's reasons to look at mice and shrews. And another kind of important thing, you know, I like to think about numbers. And at typical densities of 25 mice and shrews per acre, there's over 200 million mice and shrews in Minnesota. That's about 40 for every person. So they're definitely out there. And the reason that I put this proposal forward is because small mammals are usually monitored by trapping, and that is becoming labor intensive and costly. And for example, we now need to check traps every 12 hours. It used to be every day you could check them. And at the university, we can't even use pitfall traps, which is the main way that you monitor shrews. Based on, you know, we did a pilot project at NRI, and other people have been doing this too. And the trail cameras that have been developed, and the only difference is pointing them down or not out like we normally think of. And what I would like to do in this proposal is identify when the cameras will work better than traps, and also figure out when it's more efficient. There's been a couple studies which show that it's far more efficient economically. So the outcome that I'd like to see is development of this technique to the point that it can be used in research and also with the Minnesota Biological Survey. And one of the things that you can think of, for example, is you have a non-invasive first cut on the small mammals that are present. How long to keep cameras out is another question. How to prevent raccoon and skunk visits. We have to stake them down and put them in boxes. And like I said, the tool's developed in a pilot project, but it needs fine tuning, and we also need to go from outside of northeastern Minnesota to other areas that the Minnesota Biological Survey has covered. I think that one of the benefits, reducing cost of trapping, animal concerns in terms of snap trapping, and more knowledge about where these mice and shrews are. I did discuss a proposal with Gerda Nordquist and Melissa Bowman, and they actually offered to give me some of their sites this year to test it out before the project was started. But the problem is they're down in southern Minnesota this year. And I think my graphic showed that. One other point is that a lot of the MBS surveys were done 20 years ago, and the MBS strategic plan is to redo those surveys over time. And this would be one way that it would be done. And then finally, I can't see my clock, so it's still at 15 minutes. Oh, there it goes. Okay. All right.
You have 2 more minutes.
Okay. And I'm actually almost done, because there was one question about from the commission about working with tribal nations and ceded territory experts. And I've worked with reservation biologists and ceded territory biologists for probably 3 decades now. First was a beaver project, actually. And some of this work will be in the 1854 ceded territory. And one of the things that I can see there is a comparison of this method with the small mammal project that they coordinate every year. And so overall, I think this is a good project that looks forward to the future in terms of acquiring knowledge about different small mammal species. So with that, I'll take any questions.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Moen. Are there questions from the commission? Tell me if they're online. Yes, Dr. Faber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I don't really have a question because I understand what's going on with this. I'm wholeheartedly supportive of it. And it's something that I think we've been needing. I was involved in the small mammal trapping project for a decade. I probably started back in the 2000s, but as Dr. Moen mentioned, the time constraints and stuff with doing that now, and plus it's probably not particularly popular if the general public found out the way we serve things is by killing them in snap traps and that sort of thing. So I think, and then looking how I could incorporate this or many other instructors, college instructors or otherwise, it's something that could be done by a whole lot of people and students and so on. So I just want to lend my full support. Thanks, Ron.
Yeah, Member Faber, thank you. And it is certainly something that I do trapping with my mammalogy class, and it's live trapping, and this would be another tool that we would use.
Okay. Commissioner Moore.
Thanks, Chair Gibson. Thank you, Dr. Moen. I'm supportive of this project, and I do think trying some side-by-side comparisons with the small mammal survey techniques used and led by the 1854 Treaty Authority could be really helpful as a potential replacement technique for that type of survey. So thanks for bringing that up and discussing that as a potential, and I really encourage that research direction.
Yep, thank you, Member Moore. And I would say that I just talked with Morgan actually this week about another project, and we did discuss that potential. And one thing that, you never say everything when you're trying to present something. And one of the things that the real benefits of this compared to trapping is that you can leave the cameras out longer and you end up picking up many more species, like that jumping mouse that I showed in the graphic.
Good, thank you. Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do we have a way to monitor via camera the human health impacts, such as whether these small mammals are carrying Lyme disease, hantavirus, or other diseases?
Dr. Moen?
Members, no. In terms of monitoring for those diseases, no. One of the things that I could see Well, let me think about this for a bit. You know, Minnesota Department of Health, they do the monitoring for ticks. So the tick-borne diseases are covered up. Hantavirus is, well, that's a scary one. But we've had 2 cases in Minnesota in 30 years. And the interesting thing to me is how like South Dakota, North Dakota are seeing them increase. I don't think there's any way that you could, well, I'll just say, there's no way that you could monitor for that. You'd have to have the animal in hand.
Okay. Any more questions online? Becca, okay. Dr. Moen, the 2 areas, I'm trying to figure out where you're doing the study and I see the map. Is it in 1 and 2? Is that where you're doing your
Okay,
studies?
no, Chair Gibson, sorry. I'm supposed to say that first. And in looking at the map, I put that in for 2 reasons. And the 1 and 2 are actually species that are the SIGIN species that we have picked up, myself and Michael Joyce, in our projects over the years. And so they would be of particular interest. The map is put on because what it shows is the Minnesota Biological Survey when they sampled color coded. And you can see that a lot of the state has been done decades ago. And that's one of the other important parts about this project. I said, you know, I could test things out for probably $30,000 here in northeastern Minnesota. But one of the important parts is that there's different habitats, different mammal species as you go across the state. And the intent is to develop this method so that it can be used. You know, we'd have to figure out any complications that would occur in different areas, for example. And so that's why, you know, the project is at the funding level it is because the intent is to go statewide. And I did talk with Gerda at MBS about that too.
Good. Any more questions? Dr. Moen, thanks for enlightening us that there are 40 more rodents than per me. That's a lot of rodents.
I'd really like, oops, sorry, Chair Gibson, I would like to do something in terms of how many different numbers of each animal species are present in Minnesota. Wide confidence intervals, but when you look at the numbers, it's interesting.
Right. Some days it feels like I have 40 in my house, so. But all right, you are up next as well. Next is project 163. It is the status of bats and roost trees after white nose. And Becca, tell me where, oh, I see. It's line 106 on page 9. You may proceed again, Dr. Moen.
Yes. Chair Gibson and members, my name is Ron Moen. I'm a professor at University of Minnesota Duluth and with the Natural Resources Research Institute. And this project is about bats. They're not winged mice. I had a graduate student who hated when that term was ever used. But we all know about white nose syndrome, I think. And it's devastating. You know, we think about how COVID has affected us, and that's only 1 or 2% of the human population is a death rate. In bats, it's a 30% death rate for 3 or 4 years in a row, and you're down to 10% or less of the population. So that's the problem. So we know they've declined. Why study them more? One, we got a baseline from that project that I led with Rich Baker 10 years ago, almost 10 now, where we did basically all the forested area, acoustic detection, mist netting, and capturing, and then finding the roost trees. And then, so we have that baseline of knowledge. And one of the things I'll talk about later is I've been doing a smaller scale up here and what's changed. The other issue, of course, is regulatory issues with the Endangered Species Act. Right now, the northern long-eared bat is listed as endangered, and the little brown bat and tricolored are coming up as a listing decision. And so I think one of the things that the benefits of this proposal outcomes is that we can start looking at relative numbers and how they've changed, which I'll talk about in a little bit, but also very importantly, maternity roost trees are one of the foundations for protection under the Endangered Species Act. And we found many of them 10 years ago. Do they still exist? And why that's important is because that's where the young bats are raised for about a month that they stay. So the specific plans are to revisit those 238 roost trees that we found and find out how many are still standing. A University of Alberta study was done by University of Alberta too, but they actually found a 50% decline in roost trees disappearance over approximately the same time period. So that'd be one question. Then the second part of this proposal is to deploy acoustic detectors at the same sites that we did 10 years ago. Well, 7 to 9 years ago, technically. And the point there is that because we're going to the same site, we've got a better statistical comparison than if we went to completely new sites. So the outcomes that we should see or expect to see changes in bat communities. And like I said, I've been kind of doing it on a smaller scale up here, but if the pattern is consistent statewide, the Myotis species will be down. In what I've actually seen here in northern Minnesota is the number of calls per night is remaining about the same, but what's coming in is the hoary bat and the silver-haired bat. And this is consistent with, I talked with Melissa and Gerda about this, and they're kind of seeing that in the specific locations where they're sampling too, which again is not statewide, which is a benefit of this project. And it is surprising to me that the number of calls per night has stayed the same. I didn't think the compensation would happen that quickly. And the question is it happening elsewhere? The outcome two, the persistence of maternity roost trees, half could be gone, which sounds like a disaster, but it's actually not in my mind. And one of the reasons for that is that the bats actually, they don't use a single roost tree, but they use a cluster of roost trees. So, and they'll actually carry the pups from tree to tree. And in Minnesota, we found that they were carrying them every other day. They carry the pups, and it's partially thought to be avoiding parasites is one of the reasons. And this is a northern long-eared bat. We also had a few tags on little browns and big browns. The other thing, let's see. So I guess I lost track there, sorry. So the thing about the roost trees is that based on my interpretation of our study results and other things that I've seen, roost trees are probably not limiting to bats. And that would be a good thing to know and confirm, like the Habitat Conservation Plan developed by the Minnesota DNR and others. They really shifted the focus from roost trees, and it's more at the stand and landscape level. And that's what the acoustic detection will help show, is how the bats are persisting, using an area even at lower densities. And it makes sense too from a common sense perspective. If you've had a 90% decline in a population, it's very unlikely that they're going to be limited in terms of finding roost trees. And so what this project will do is it'll give kind of a data-based validation of that. And in terms of the species composition, especially with the potential listing of the little brown and tricolored, what we'll probably see, what we saw in the first 3 years of the project before was northern long-eared essentially disappeared. They were most susceptible to white nose. The myota, the little brown bat, went down 20 to 30% over time, and I think over 3 years it was down to 20% to the original status. And they're kind of hanging on a little bit less than that in the small scale area that I'm working on. And that's consistent also with the cave surveys that are being done by the Minnesota DNR. The other thing that I would say, I guess, is that the Minnesota Forest Industries and SAPD supported this, and Minnesota DNR, Bridget Henning-Rander, I talked with her, she replaced Rich Baker, is supportive of it as well. So, and it complements the MBS directed studies. And last thing I'll say is that knowledge is key to responding to Endangered Species Act listings. So, oops, I talked too long, sorry. Okay, I'm done.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Faber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Moen, I just wanted to know, will you be doing this over some, like including Camp Ripley, where I was doing some of the work on that previous project where we marked and did the Anabat and all of that. And then we were doing work with the Forest Service up in the, I think up in the Chip and the Superior National Forest. Will you be repeating this at those places too, or how big would your resurveys be?
Yeah, Member Faber, again, this is basically I did my cost calculations based on redoing every site that we did 7 to 9 years ago on that project. So, you know, part of the question would be access at Camp Ripley, because I know they're still monitoring bats there. So they might actually, one, I didn't think of this before. They probably got a continuous record of the central Minnesota area that you're at, that would complement what I've been doing. I didn't think to contact them before this.
I would suggest that, buddy.
Yep. The intent is visit every tree and visit every acoustic detection site with a realization that we probably won't be able to do them all.
Great. Thanks.
Yep.
Thanks, Ron.
Other questions? Are there any online? Okay. I just had a quick question, Dr. Moen. That microphone you have on the lower left of the photo, that photo you sent us, is that what you use now? It seems as if there'd be something a little more high tech.
I don't know what. Oh, the bat detector. Sorry, the bat detector. Yeah, actually, it is the same thing. We use zip ties to tie it on. It works, and we have the case around it. That's a standard, the standard equipment that's used. Okay. With a windscreen to present like the same acoustic things that you hear on a TV thing.
Great television stars. Any more questions? All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Moen.
Thank you, Chair and members.
Okay. We are on to project 213 in the B category. Nigel Pickering, flood and drought prediction for Minnesota, and it is on page.
Madam Chair, page 3, line 35.
Thank you. Page 2, line 35. All right, there's a presenter on board there.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Good. Good morning. Or no, afternoon. Excuse me. Please, you may proceed.
Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. Thank you for inviting us to present our proposal titled Flood and Drought Prediction Tools for Minnesota. My name is Nigel Pickering. I'm with Geosyntec Consultants. I'm working with John Niebuhr of the University of Minnesota and Sarah Levin of the United States Geological Survey. A little bit about our team before we begin. We're all local water professionals and are all passionate about rivers and lakes. I'm an agricultural engineer, but now work on water resources and water quality. I cut my teeth on modeling agricultural crop response to climate change back in the 90s. John is a longtime professor at the U with extensive surface and groundwater modeling expertise. Sarah is our statistics guru. She has access to extensive USGS data and has worked on many projects involving the prediction of low and high flows. We also have a computer science graduate student with expertise in machine learning and geosyntax staff with expertise on large-scale hydrological models. So what's the problem we're addressing? When I started climate change research in the 90s, only carbon dioxide was definitely increasing with an expected temperature increases that were small. No increased variability in climate was considered, but we still saw negative effects, especially for agriculture. We now expect more precipitation, higher temperatures, more evaporation, more intense storms, and longer extended periods of drought. Reduced stream flow could result in rising water temperatures, leading to increased algae growth, even in clean water. We've seen that in the boundary waters last year. High flows resulting from intense storms will lead to increased flooding, damaged infrastructure, increased land erosion and riverbank instability, and increased sediment choking of our aquatic resources. We see climate change as an existential threat to rivers and lakes that could wipe out years of clean water projects that have been funded by LCCMR and the state clean water funds. So a bit about our approach. Our approach will move the conversation away from climate change per se a bit, and more towards impacts on water resources, water quality, and the aquatic ecosystems that depend on adequate, cool, clean water to survive. Our idea is intrinsically data-driven by hydrological and climatological data. We will not focus on developing climate change indices, but will use climate data as inputs to our approaches. Our focus is on the hydrology. We will use available data and well-documented methods like regression, large-scale hydrological modeling, and machine learning to predict stream flow now and in the future. Although we all have vast experience in modeling, we will use hydrologic models cautiously for this project because although most models do well in predicting the mean, they generally do not predict hydrologic extremes very well. Another important part of our work will be to explicitly capture floods and droughts in response to both climate change and changing urban and agricultural use. Climate and land use change are highly connected, both in terms of hydrological outcomes and solutions. We will form a well-balanced technical advisory committee, including experts from DNR, NPCA, and the North Central Region River Forecast Center. Using their input, we will tailor our project approach to tackle the most urgent needs. We have already made initial contact and in many cases are working with interested staff at these agencies. How will we broadcast our work? Our outreach approach builds off an existing network. The state agencies have done an excellent job in summarizing the condition of watersheds in Minnesota using RAPs, TMDLs, and watershed plans. Most of these studies are complete and the reports are available. This planning framework has pulled together many different stakeholders from state agencies, tribes, watershed organizations, and many others. We plan to tap into this extensive network to improve future watershed planning. We will use the TAC to help us publish our project outcomes on their websites using text, simple tools, and dynamic maps. We will also hold webinars to educate watershed planners about our work and help craft language for future plans. The results of our study will help inform many stakeholders and allow communities to adapt and manage high and low stream flow. The goal is to ensure the project results are widely known and end up in the watershed plans. If they do, then restoration projects will more likely follow, and we might have a chance of protecting Minnesota's clean water legacy in the face of climate change. Thank you. Questions?
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Yes, Dr. Faber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Pickering, yeah, I was curious, I teach a class in ecosystem management. We talk about uncertainty and complexity, and with climate change in mind. And what I wonder about, I mean, if you just look at the last less than a year in Minnesota, we've gone from the richest, heaviest snow rich winter. Then we had a drought. We ended with a drought before it was wet last summer and so on. How confident are you that you will be able to have decent predictability in the ability to predict these floods and droughts? That's what I get concerned with making these predictions, or models that make these predictions. How confident do you feel about that?
Dr. Pickering?
Well, I think in terms of predicting the mean and the distribution, you probably will be fairly accurate. And we have a new set of models coming that have climate models that have a much finer resolution and will be more accurate than before. Where you don't have a lot of confidence is the actual sequence of events, like, is it going to happen this year or next year or 10 years from now? But the distribution and the extremes should be fairly well predicted by the climate change models and their downscaled data, which we would use. So am I confident? I'm not like 100% confident, but I think this is the best we've got for looking forward and starting to change the way we think about how the future is going to be, change the way we manage watersheds, start preparing for at least adapting to the potential of high floods. And something I think that's been completely missed so far in water quality work is how are we going to adapt to warmer waters as we go forward. We might, in fact, have algae blooms everywhere, even though we have perfectly clean water. And no, I see no one talking about that right now.
Follow up, Dr. Faber?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Pickering. I by no means intended any disrespect or wanted to be critical, but I was also thinking about a year ago to the day, about 7 miles from my house, there was one cloud that dropped 14, almost 15 inches of rain in a very, very, very restricted area. We got 6 inches at my place. They got 14 or 15. That caused massive flash flooding just in a small area north of Little Falls there. So, I understand that we're trying to get better at this, and that's what I wanted to hear. It's just, and it's also important for people to understand that's how crazy this can get when you're looking at the uncertainties and so on. So thank you.
I would just have one follow-up saying that.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, Commissioner Reese. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I had a question regarding first of all, the budget. I noticed that over half the budget is going to subcontracts, which is a little not common. So can you and then I also noticed that Geosyntec will be the host for the tool that's being developed. First of all, can you break down the budget a little bit and can explain the role that Geosyntec and U.S. Geographical Service have in this project a little bit more detail, and then also regarding the hosting the tool, what does that mean from a public funding standpoint? Is that always going to be available to the public, or is that going to be proprietary at some point?
Yeah, let me answer the last question first. The hosting of the tool was just a suggestion that we could host it at the end of the project. It could certainly be hosted on any state website. I have encountered some reticence in the past working with state agencies that they don't want to pay for it, but I think our outcome would be simple enough that we could do almost everything on an existing website without requiring server access or something that's more expensive. So in terms of the budget, I think it's fairly equally broken out between the three partners. John Niebuhr is he is going to be working mostly on the groundwater aspect and then also on the machine learning part of this. Sarah's going to be working on the regression side of things. And I think we're going to be doing some of the data processing that's needed to deal with, trying to cope with, automate some of the processes for 90 different, say, Huck 10s. Huck 8s rather. And so we will be doing that in addition to any kind of large scale hydrological modeling that's needed.
Follow-up.
Commissioner Reese.
Follow-up,
Commissioner
Madam
Reese. Commissioner
Thank
Reese.
you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Nash, is it common to have a subcontract budget provided? I just noticed in this case, it's just lump sum. There's no detail, at least as far as I can see.
Director Nash.
Chair Hansen and Member Reese, we really prefer that when subawards and contracts are entered into the budget, that there be additional detail provided about what that subcontract or subaward entails, and for them to call out any generally ineligible costs.
Commissioner Reese.
Thank you, Director Nash. And so in this case, if this project were to go through, would that be a request that staff would make towards or to this project?
Director Nash.
Chair Hansen, yes.
Thank
Commissioner
you.
Reese. Dr.
Can I
Pickering.
respond?
Dr. Pickering.
Yeah, I just wanted to say we can provide that information fairly easily. It was unclear at that level, subcontractor level, if it was supposed to be just a lump sum and was supposed to have the detail, but we can certainly provide that.
Thank you.
And I was on another proposal this year too, where it was exactly the same, where we just submitted lump sum.
Commissioner Reese.
No further questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Pickel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have two questions. First, is there consideration to move from a 100-year planning level to perhaps a 500 or 1,000-year planning level?
Dr. Pickering.
I don't think we have the data for that. We have historic data for about the last 50 years, and we have probably climate change data from about 2000 to 2100. But a lot of that's, the first 20 years have already happened. At the most, we'd have 80 years of data. We could be pretty confident about predicting a 100-year, 24-hour event. But as you go further out, you become less and less confident. And I'm not sure that it adds any more security to know what those big numbers are. There's some extrapolation techniques you can use when you're using extreme value analysis. You have to fit a distribution to it, and that gives you a curve, and the curve could be extrapolated down. But once you go beyond like 100 years, it's not very sound.
Commissioner Pickel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just feel as if we're underestimating the quality of our data, and we're planning for 100-year flood circumstances that are occurring more than 1% of the time. And perhaps we should consider adjusting that baseline for consideration. The other piece was regarding the public availability of these tools when you're done. To what extent will you be performing accessibility checks and requirements to make sure that all Minnesotans would have access to this information?
Well, we certainly designed this to be accessible to everyone. And our outreach is through a very large Minnesotan network. So if there's any particular hoops we have to jump, we would certainly be willing to do that. Just to get back to the changing climate, we are going to embrace the fact that there may be a trend and that the 100-year 24-hour storm will increase with time. So in prior analyses, sometimes you look for a period of stationarity with no big changes, and that's how you do the analysis. We're going to try and include a trend term so that we can say in 10 years' time, the 100-year 24-hour storm is now going to be 1%, 2% higher, and in 25 years, it's going to be 20% higher. So that's something that's very explicit in our approach.
Thank you. We are out of time. Next up, project number 2024-222, Victoria Hall, highly pathogenic avian influenza and Minnesota Raptors, University of Minnesota Raptor Center, page 10, line 112. welcome and proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to thank the Commission for the opportunity to present today. My name is Dr. Victoria Hall. I'm faculty at the College of Veterinary Medicine at the University of Minnesota and serve as the director of the Raptor Center. The proposal I'll talk about today is to conduct disease surveillance on raptors native to Minnesota for highly pathogenic avian influenza virus, so we can better understand how this devastating virus is moving and changing within Minnesota's ecosystems, better understand the long-term impacts of this virus on native raptor populations, and work to share this important information with different stakeholders and the public across the state and nation so we can all better protect wildlife during this ongoing global outbreak. We are currently still in the middle of one of the longest circulating and most widespread outbreaks of a specific strain of high-path avian flu in North America. This strain causes devastating illness and often death in certain species of birds, including poultry like chickens and turkeys, as well as raptor species like eagles, hawks, owls, vultures, and falcons. When this outbreak first arrived in Minnesota in spring of 2022, the Raptor Center stood up full emergency response, and in 2022 alone responded to over 200 positive testing and often critically ill raptors infected with high-path avian influenza. Only one single great horned owl survived that entered into our hospital. Spring of 2022 had the highest amount of transmission of this virus in our state's birds during this outbreak, but we have continued to see low levels of disease transmission in our state's wild birds ever since. For almost 50 years, the Raptor Center has responded to each and every emerging threat to Minnesota raptor populations while admitting over 1,000 birds a year from all parts of the state of Minnesota. The center is uniquely positioned to collect wild bird surveillance data for this virus while simultaneously providing medical care to birds in critical need. Partnering with Hawk Ridge Bird Observatory in Duluth, we can learn even more by sampling healthy birds obtained for bird banding activities. Leveraging testing data from the Raptor Center and Hawk Ridge builds foundational information that supports our statewide understanding of virus transmission in Minnesota bird populations, better informs our efforts to protect and preserve these wild species during outbreaks. For this project, to learn more about the impacts of the virus to our state's raptors and ecosystems and how to respond, first, we propose to evaluate all raptors entering the Raptor Center and a subset of raptors being caught for routine bird banding operations at Hawk Ridge for any evidence of current infection with the virus. This is so we can track active disease transmission in Minnesota birds. We do this through a test called PCR testing. Second, to fully understand the impact of the virus on Minnesota raptor populations, we need to understand how many birds are surviving the virus. By drawing blood on every raptor that comes to us and birds from Hawk Ridge, we can look for evidence of antibodies to this virus, which would be evidence the bird was previously exposed and survived and now has some level of protection from the virus. We do this through what's called serology testing. Combining PCR testing, looking for current infections, and serology testing, looking for past infections, will give us a picture of how the virus is moving through Minnesota bird populations and what impact it might be having on a species or a population level. Third, this outbreak involves many different stakeholders, including the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, the Board of Animal Health, Department of Health, poultry industry, tribal nations, the general public. We know to best understand how this virus is impacting the birds and the ecosystems of our state, we must come together, and we propose to do this through public-facing website, stakeholder meeting, and scientific sharing. We'll seek to advance the scientific community's overall understanding of high-path avian influenza in raptors and better understand what is happening in Minnesota ecosystems. This proposal will help to provide critical data over time about what is happening in wild raptor populations, and what impact that might have on a species as well as a population level, as well as what impact it might be having overall on our Minnesota ecosystems. Thank you so very much for the consideration of this proposal as we work to protect the future of the environment by learning more about emerging threats to it and how we can best respond in our great state of Minnesota. Thank you very much.
Members, any questions? Commissioner Faber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Hall, I was just curious, the flu has come up in a number of discussions I had with some of my colleagues and so on about the different species that might be affected. Ospreys were one that some colleagues and I were talking about. From what you've already seen and maybe have gathered information on from other places where we've had issues with the HPA avian flu. Is there any other Minnesota species? You said you had 200 birds, only one survived. Is there any of the species you could or have an indication of have declined or that seem to be, more susceptible, I guess we'd say?
Dr. Hall.
Thank you, Chair Hansen and members. So the top 3 species that we had come into our hospital were bald eagles, great horned owls, and then red-tailed hawks. We know through working with colleagues across the countries, vultures and bald eagles have been hit particularly hard. And you hit the nail on the head with the question we're all asking. What, if any, population level impacts are we now seeing, right? There's been studies showing that there was more nest failures last year, potentially more nest failures this year that we're seeing. We're seeing changes in how many numbers of first-year birds, so birds that should have hatched last year, are coming into the Raptor Center. So that is exactly the need for this kind of continual surveillance and foundational information. So since we've never seen an outbreak kind of play out in wild birds like this before, so we can understand what is really happening to their populations as the outbreak continues.
Commissioner Faber.
Thank you, Dr. Hall. Then my second question is about when I think of bald eagles, okay, we've got a lot of chicken farmers that put dead chickens out on fields and so on. If you think about where is the transmission of the disease occurring, would you have an idea what would a great horned owl pick up that has this or something? I mean, we need to have an understanding of the route of transmission, if you will, if we're going to hope to somehow break that chain, if you will. Do you have different routes of transmission for the different species? Certainly between nocturnal versus diurnal, you could see, again, turkey vultures, they eat on carrion scavenging dead things which could have had it. But what have you seen?
Dr. Hall.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and members. Exactly. The natural history of the different bird species that we're dealing with definitely plays a role into what we're hypothesizing is happening with transmission that we then hopefully can use this foundational data to confirm. We know that this virus is spread often asymptomatically, so birds who don't show that they're sick, through birds like ducks and geese, waterfowl, shorebirds. This strain is causing some of them to get sick, which is different than past outbreaks, but for the most part, those birds will migrate, they shed the virus, they don't actually get sick. And then once it spills over into chickens or raptors, we start to see very sick birds. So great horned owls in particular, a hypothesis is they're very opportunistic hunters, that they'll kind of go after whatever they can get. They often might be living closer to areas with waterfowl in it, so they have a higher chance of getting exposed to the virus. As you mentioned, eagles are scavengers and the vultures too, right? So we often think that the scavengers are getting exposed that way. And that's in fact also how we're now starting to see mammals like raccoons and foxes catch the virus as well. And we think that that's also through scavenging. So lots to still be learned about what this virus is doing, and it's definitely doing things in different species based on their natural history, when they hunt, how they hunt. So that's the active infections. The study aims to look at antibodies as well, and that would be especially interesting to see how that's different in different species, because that's going to provide protection for those species going forward as well. So lots still to be learned, but definitely species differences based on the natural history and the behaviors and the actions of each of these different species of Minnesota birds.
Always good stuff, Dr. Hall. Thank you from the Raptor Center.
Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Hall, I've been very concerned about the fox population that is also suffering from this avian flu. But have you been able to extrapolate any data on songbirds, animals like crows and blue jays and then songbirds? Have they seen much effect?
Dr. Hall.
Thank you, Chair and members. So, this virus is something, it's called avian flu. So we worry about all birds, but it's going to have different levels of impacts, whether it makes the bird sick or not. and how much that bird can then go on to spread the virus. We know some of our scavenger species like the crows, the ravens, the blue jays kind of fall in that bucket. We know nationally we've seen, more positive birds. The Raptor Center has actually tested some crows and has had some positives come up. Songbirds are ones that don't play a major role in driving transmission from what we've learned. They're a piece of that puzzle in there. More information is needed to really know what role they play in driving transmission or not, or exposures, or what happens if a great horned owl eats a songbird that might have it. So there's a lot of kind of still to be learned there. We don't think they play a major role in transmission. But this is definitely a virus that is so prevalent in wildlife, like previous outbreaks have not been, that we're seeing it spill over into birds we don't normally do. And now we're seeing it spill over into mammals, like even seals and sea lions and bears and bobcats and cougars. So it's definitely going to be something that's going to stick around, and we're going to have to be learning more and more so that we know better what impact it's having to our ecosystem and all the wildlife in it.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. Next is project item 2024-224, Wendy Caldwell, remote sensing for pollinator habitat, Monarch joint venture. And that's on page 10, line 113. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the introduction. My name is Wendy Caldwell. I'm the executive director of the Monarch Joint Venture, which is a national network of public and private stakeholders advancing monarch and pollinator conservation across Minnesota and across the United States. I'm excited to present our proposal about remote sensing for pollinator habitat today. As you likely know, monarchs, along with other pollinators, have experienced dramatic decline to that end that monarchs are currently a candidate species awaiting a final ruling for Endangered Species Act protection. And to effectively conserve monarchs and other pollinators, we need information across the landscape and across different land use types. We need to know where that pollinator habitat currently exists and where it doesn't. And where it does exist, we need to understand the relative quality of that habitat and its value to pollinators. So to date, we've relied on volunteers and professionals alike, going out into the field and conducting plant and pollinator surveys at a variety of intensities. This is time, labor, and cost intensive, this process to collect data at the scale that we need it to effectively inform conservation efforts. And so our ultimate goal in all of this is to increase the quality and quantity of pollinator habitat on the landscape. But to do this, our approach here is presenting a scalable solution that can help us to more readily capture data from across the landscape using remote sensing and artificial intelligence. So the Monarch Joint Venture has pioneered this effort to bring artificial intelligence technology that we commonly see in other parts of our lives to grassland conservation monitoring. It's accurate, it's cost and labor effective, and it requires less expertise and training. It's a huge opportunity for expansion in terms of additional machine learning models that we can apply in the conservation realm. So to quickly summarize what we've done already, we have a working machine learning algorithm that can process images, where it can then detect and count stems of common milkweed and automate this calculation of milkweed stem density. We're also in the process of building an algorithm available by next year that will have a general measurement of floral cover, percent of blooming plants. So in that relative sense, what percentage of habitat is offering blooming resources during different parts of the season. So this technology does not necessarily displace the need for more intensive field surveys on plants and pollinators, but it affords us an incredible new tool for surveying the landscape at scale for pollinator habitat, which has major implications for continuing to guide the efforts of various land use sectors and their approaches. Our focus in the proposal is on energy and transportation lands, which very nicely complements efforts we have currently underway to gather similar data across public and private lands across Minnesota. So we're really focusing on those energy and transportation corridors for the data collection efforts in our proposal. So to outline the activities, in activity 1, we propose a robust assessment of pollinator habitat on energy and transportation lands using this remote sensing platform. So we'll be traveling to different locations across the state and collaborating with industry and government stakeholders to gain access to those roadside solar sites, utility corridors, and more. And then on site, our trained and FAA certified remote sensing drone pilots collect images of the habitat using the drone, and then this data will be processed for the habitat attributes that we're measuring, that the milkweed density and the nectar resource cover. These metrics are compatible with national monitoring programs and protocols that we run at the Monarch Joint Venture, as well as additional tools that are recognized under the Endangered Species Act, like a tool called the Monarch Candidate Conservation Agreement with Assurances for Energy and Transportation Lands. So where these agencies have already enrolled in this proactive program looking at endangered species listing, they're also required to do some monitoring, and we can provide a tool that also meets those monitoring compliance needs. In activity 2, we propose to expand this technology to develop at least one new machine learning model that will help enhance these assessments moving forward. So in working with the transportation sector, we acknowledge a strong priority to detect and map invasive species. So we see this as an opportunity to help expand this technology for a priority that really works for this stakeholder group and is essential in helping us to map and monitor and detect invasive species as it spreads across the state. Activity 3 primarily focuses on disseminating the tool and training stakeholders across the state in how to utilize it and advance data collection, and continue that on moving forward using this platform. So outcomes, again, are this robust assessment of habitat, pollinator habitat on energy and transportation lands, and a data set that complements a much broader data set that we're gathering now. A new invasive species model that practitioners across the state can use, trained and engaged stakeholders equipped with this new and innovative and cost-effective tool, and an assessment and report of this data we're gathering that can be shared back with state stakeholders in their conservation planning, like the interagency pollinator protection team, and informing that state pollinator report. So thank you for your interest in learning more and supporting this important conservation technology, and happy to take questions.
Members, any questions? Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you. I had a question for you, Representative Hansen, Chair. Roadsides for habitat, is this intersect with what you're doing? I don't know if you do transportation corridors.
Commissioner Gibson, we passed into law Highways for Habitats, which I think works with partners such as Monarch Joint Venture. There's also some federal money for a national Monarch coordinator, corridor coordinator.
You got there.
I think we got it there. So I think there's a lot of opportunity for partnership there. Anything else? Thank you. Next up is item 2024-251, Daniel Tix. Effects of conservation grazing on solar pollinator habitat, Minnesota native landscapes. That's on page 10, number 114. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. My name is Dan Tix, a restoration ecologist at M&L, formerly Minnesota Native Landscapes. Thank you for consideration and to help fund our study to better understand the effects of conservation grazing on solar habitat, solar pollinator habitat even. M&L is a mission-driven for-profit company. We do ecological restoration, and our team is committed to healing the earth. In particular, M&L works with solar developers to manage pollinator-friendly habitat on solar energy production sites throughout Minnesota and into Wisconsin and upper Midwest. We provide seed, prepare the site, install the seed, and manage the plantings. Our company has a flock of over 1,000 sheep and help to manage these sites in a more environmentally friendly manner using those sheep. By using the high density of sheep for a short period of time, which is often referred to as mob grazing or intensive grazing, we limit the amount of mowing, simplify management, and maintain some agricultural production from the solar property. Our research will analyze the effects of sheep grazing and mowing on the vegetation of solar sites that have been managed for pollinator habitat. M&L is working directly with NL North America, a solar developer that owns and operates the 6 sites where we'll be completing our study. Because of our relationship with NL, M&L can manipulate and control the experimental conditions as long as we properly maintain the vegetation on their solar arrays. We also know the history on these experimental sites since they were originally planted, beginning in about 2016 for most of them. NL is an ideal partner because they allow access to their solar development sites for us, including our research and site tours for education and to see pollinators and grazers in action. M&L is also working directly with a research lab at Temple University. Over the past 10 years, Sujith Ravi, the principal investigator there, has led a research group that studies the co-location of solar energy with agricultural uses around the world. He's using this research that he's already been doing at these sites to fully understand the environmental and socioeconomic co-benefits of these practices. His research will help develop new approaches to co-locating energy systems in agriculture by incorporating the environmental benefits to the site criteria. His team of investigators have been collecting soil data from these project sites for several years to study how the grazers affect soil structure, hydrology, and other characteristics. He has asked that we help him connect the grazing and soil data to the vegetation data to make his study more robust for future publications and for additional information and understanding. He has already produced several publications on this work at these sites and many others. Our research will expand on some of the work we have started with Temple University. Also, we had our own previous grant funding from the Minnesota Department of Agriculture, which will act as a pilot study for this work. Thank you again for your time and consideration. If you have any questions, happy to take them.
Members, any questions? Mike, Representative Hans.
Yeah, I think this is a really interesting project. I'm wondering if you have plans to expand it out from sheep to cows, because we know that that's a lot more prevalent here in Minnesota. And I think that information would be really helpful.
Mr. Tix.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. We do not specifically have that intention because it's on solar sites. We're specifically working on solar sites, and cattle, as far as I know, would not work very well on those sites. It would damage the equipment. Sheep are the ideal, very gentle critters that do not push up, grab, bite, lay on, scratch against the solar panels, at least not very much.
Representative Hans.
I don't know that I have any additional questions. I wonder if Commissioner Reese might be able to comment on that.
Commissioner Reese. The cattle question. No. Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a comment. I've noticed that the grazing will occur regardless of the experiment as part of the standard maintenance. I would just appreciate if that were included in the match statement of match that's provided for this project, just to get a sense of the full value.
Mr. Tix.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, we could make that change for sure. We could add that.
I have Senator Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of things. One, I'm not really sure. Trying to understand why we need a study to see what sheep eat, but I guess there's worse things to spend money on. But to your point on the cattle, if that's what you were asking as to why the cattle wouldn't work. If you've ever been around cattle, you know, they like to rub on things. They will push on stuff. They'll push it over. So in a solar field, I don't think you'd have too many panels left after 1 year by the time the cattle were done.
I think the reason we were asking if Commissioner Reese was on is, you know, a few years ago, we funded a project where the solar panels are lifted up. And so they provide the shade for the cattle. And we saw the tour at Morris where we could see where they sturdy poles holding them, but kind of unique. So Mr. Tix, you may want to check with the University of Minnesota at Morris on that. My question is, how do you separate out your for-profit activities from the research? So obviously you can, you know, doing good work helps out, but you wouldn't be charging for what you're getting funded for. I think this gets to maybe Commissioner Pichel's question. What is what is the public paying for, and what is the private? What's the line between the private profit and the public participation?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Our funding request is solely meant to fund staff time as per the guidance in the LCCMR grant funding. So there's no profit built into it, and it is strictly for our time and some of our expenses for managing the site. The management of the site is being paid for, funded by NL, and that is to do the grazing. In order to facilitate the study, we will need to install some fencing and staff time, just their hourly pay rate will be included in that budget, and the cost of the fencing itself. That's based on what our estimates have been provided so far. And then the mowing would also be completed based on equipment and staff time. NL did not intend to do any mowing or protection of any areas, so that would not be something that they would be paying for without this research.
Representative Acom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was also going to comment about the University of Minnesota Morris. I think Representative Hollins was there just recently, and when I was there last, they have a shade solar structure that is used out for shade for cows. And so I think that's probably the reference there. And maybe Mr. Reese can indicate if there's been any damage or not. But I love the notion of combining solar with agriculture. Oftentimes, one of the criticisms against using solar on some what would be potentially ag lands is taking prime farmland out of production. And so I think that this is a great way of potentially using it for both, at least to a degree. And the question I do have is, will you be using existing solar sites, or is this new development of new solar sites? So are you taking sheep in to graze on what is an existing site and trying to transition the vegetation, or are you starting from scratch?
Mr. Tix.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, the sites that we will be working on are existing solar sites. Most of them developed in about 2016, 2017 timeframe. They have already been used. They have already been managed with grazing. They've been planted with pollinator-friendly seed mixes. And I think the primary goal of the project is to understand better what these management methods do to those seed mixes, so we can better understand what those seed mixes should be, and how we recommend it, as the state has been recommending, even driving a lot of the solar developers to do this on their sites.
Representative Macomb? Okay, I think
Thanks, I'm good.
we are done. Next up, number 2024-296, Todd Arnold, Integrated Population Modeling for Trumpeter Swans, University of Minnesota College of Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resources. It is on page 10, number 117. Well,
thank you, Chair Hansen, members. I recognize it's the end of nearly the end of a long third day of proposals. And I also recognize that we're on the injured reserve list, if you will, and hoping to get a chance to play in the big leagues. And I say we, even though I'm the only PI listed on this proposal, because the proposal was developed in cooperation with David Wolfson, who's currently a PhD student at the University of Minnesota, working on an LCCMR funded project using GPS tags to look at movements of trumpeter swans. And David will continue to be involved in this work if it gets funded. A few years ago, there was a widely publicized study that got a lot of media attention, pointing out that North America has lost nearly 3 billion birds. What was hidden away in the raw data from that study, if you bothered to look, is that about half the bird species across North America are actually increasing. And there are some phenomenal success stories. And anyone who's lived in Minnesota for a few decades and paid attention and driven around knows some examples: sandhill cranes, bald eagles, wild turkeys, and yes, trumpeter swans have increased a lot. And I think it's important that we, in addition to try to learn about species that are in decline, try to learn more from the success stories to figure out what went right to help those species rebound in the way that we did. And so our proposal is to look at trumpeter swans and look at population data and try and figure out what has happened to trumpeter swans in the past and what is likely to happen in the future. Now, under the Endangered Species Act, which trumpeter swans are no longer listed under, they were only monitored every 5 years with sort of a complete population survey. And if you were, I don't know, monitoring your retirement portfolio and you only got a report every 5 years, you wouldn't be very pleased with that. I think we need more timely information, but we also need an alternative because the survey that was done every 5 years is no longer going to be done. So what we're proposing to do is utilize disparate data sets that inform what has happened to trumpeter swans in Minnesota. And also because Minnesota trumpeter swans move elsewhere, the inference area needs to be a little bit larger. But we've got data from breeding bird surveys about trumpeter swans. Minnesota DNR records swans in their surveys. US Fish and Wildlife Service records data. And in the last decade, citizen scientists through eBird have produced a tremendous amount of information about trumpeter swans. So that's some of the data that we'd utilize. There's also information on banding that can help us estimate survival. Lots of trumpeter swans have been fitted, perhaps you've seen them yourselves, with neck collars or large neck bands that someone with binoculars or a spotting scope can observe them alive and record that they're still alive so that we can estimate survival with those data. And also during winter, trumpeter swan cygnets are still gray. So if you've looked at a flock of swans in the winter on the Mississippi or St. Croix River or somewhere, you can identify the productivity from that season based on how many gray colored individuals there are compared to the adults. And so what we want to do is bring all these data sources together to better understand what's happening with Minnesota's trumpeter swans population and also what's likely to happen in the future. An integrated population model, I regret that we had to use that term as part of the proposal, but it is what it's called. It identifies how a population has changed through time. That's one thing it does. But the more important thing it does, I think, is it explains why the population has changed. So if population growth is slowing down, is it because survival of adults is slowing down? Is it because fecundity is getting lower? It helps identify the cause, and it can be useful going into the future. Models can't do everything. I'm a population modeler. I realize that. Sometimes one of the most important things a model can do, it can tell us what data don't we have that we really would benefit most by knowing into the future. So it can help guide future monitoring efforts. And I'm nearly out of time, so I'd be delighted to take any questions.
Members, any questions? Did a good job. Thank you. Next up is proposal 2024-044, Alexis Grindy, characterizing tree cavities and use by Minnesota's wildlife, University of Minnesota Duluth and RRI, on page 1, line 10. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Alexis Grindy, and I am a wildlife ecologist and the program manager of the Avian Ecology Lab at the Natural Resources Research Institute at the University of Minnesota Duluth. Thank you guys for your time and the opportunity to tell you about our research proposal, characterizing tree cavities and use by Minnesota's wildlife. So behind me in my Zoom background, I have a plethora of really cool wildlife species, including northern saw-whet owl, fisher, flying squirrels, bats, American martin, wood duck. These, along with many other species of Minnesota wildlife, are what we call secondary cavity using species. So a secondary cavity dweller is a species of wildlife that requires tree cavities as part of their habitat needs. And they might use, depending on the species, the cavities for a wide variety of reasons, short time or a long time, including for nesting, roosting, which is resting for birds and bats, or just cover in the winter. A lot of key things that animals need to do to survive, right? The key issues is that these secondary cavity species aren't able to create their own cavities. They rely on a primary excavating species such as woodpeckers to make the cavities for them. And so they have to sort of choose the habitats or the forest where cavities are already present. The picture in the middle is, hopefully you guys are familiar with it, they're distributed widely across Minnesota, is a pileated woodpecker. It's one of the largest woodpecker species. And we consider it a keystone species in Minnesota's forests because it is a primary cavity excavator, and that then provides a lot of habitat for all these other cavity nesting species. Pileated woodpeckers generally occur, again, throughout the state, but really rely on relatively large chunks of forests that have mature or are sort of late successional forests that have mature trees, maybe contain a lot of dead trees or snags. They need large trees with relatively large diameters at breast height to create these cavities. The pileated woodpeckers use them for breeding and maybe for roosting as well. And so we have this sort of mosaic, I guess, of cavities that are distributed across a landscape. And despite the fact that we know a lot of different wildlife species rely on these cavities, we don't really know that much about pileated woodpecker ecology and their habitats that they're using and how often they're creating cavities across the state. We are concerned, of course, because of land use change, predicted changes in tree distribution, changes in tree growth related to climate change, all these different things that pileated woodpecker habitat distributions might shift. And of course, that shifts the cavities, and then that also shifts maybe where all the other wildlife that are dependent on cavities might be able to go, and the habitat quality that is associated with our forests. So because of this, there's a growing concern among ecologists nationally, but also in Minnesota, that cavity availability might be a limiting factor now or into the future. And so it's really important that we get data on this aspect for the long-term conservation of Minnesota's wildlife and biodiversity. So together with our collaborators from the Natural Resources Research Institute, Michael Joyce, and then the Minnesota DNR Wildlife and Non-Game Divisions, we developed this proposal to just get more information on on cavity availability. There's 3 activities that we'll be conducting. The first is really focusing on pileated woodpeckers. We're going to characterize habitat use and what kind of cavities they're making, where they're making their cavities, how often they're making cavities, what kind of habitats they're actually using, what are their home range sizes. And from that, we'll get an idea of how often are cavities made, these large scale cavities made. The second is focusing on the secondary cavity dwellers that I mentioned on the first couple of minutes of the presentation. What we're going to do is conduct systematic surveys across different forests, from urban landscapes all the way up to managed landscapes, and see what kind of cavities are out there. Where are they? What trees are they in? What are the characteristics? How big are the cavities? And we'll choose a subset of these cavities to deploy trail cameras, see who's using them, where are martins going, where are fish are going, what are other woodpecker species using, and what do those cavities look like? How valuable are these cavities and where are they in space? This part will also have a citizen science component. We talk about eBird. We can reach out to all of the Minnesota naturalists that are out in the world that really love birds and love forests as well, to say, well, did you guys know where any of locations are? Where are these cavities? What's using the cavities? We can get those locations and create a relatively large database and look at the landscape composition around the cavities that are being used. And together with these different types of data, we'll be able to hopefully identify management strategies that will really promote this long-term quality availability of cavities, and really make sure that we have a long-term sustainable availability of cavities into the future, and will hopefully support wildlife across basin over time. Thank you. I'll take any questions.
Members, any questions? Commissioner Pickel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I heard you mention eBird and kind of get a little bit into citizen science there. I was really looking to see a little more mention of that and description of how you'd like to use citizen science in this project. And as well, I didn't notice any tribal partnerships given the region of the state you're planning to work in. It seems odd that that was left out.
Dr.
Yeah,
Graham.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Thank you for the question. So with the citizen science component, what we plan to do is use eBird, but then also outreach through social media, email blasts. We have a lot of partnerships with a lot of different Audubon institutions across the state. And what we really want to do is sort of set up probably like a Google form sort of situation where do you know where the cavity is? Do you know what's using it? Do you have pileateds in your backyard at your cabin? And from that, we'll have all this GPS data that we can map and sort of see this distribution of cavities and what's using it across the state. In terms of tribal members, that's definitely something that was missing. And that is my fault because I was on vacation when the LCCMR were due, but we do have working relationships with Leech Lake, Fond du Lac, and we'll hopefully be able to do some of the systematic surveys on their forest as well, because we really want to get a cross-section of different forest ownership and types, including national forest, state forest, county forest, and then also tribal lands. So hopefully that will come to fruition if this project is funded.
Any other questions? Oh. Commissioner Moore.
Thank you, Chair Hansen, and thank you for the presentation. And thank you, Commissioner Pickel, for the question related to tribal partnerships. I'm intrigued by the statements regarding management implications and potential best practices following the research that's done. And I think that's an integral component to most of the research that's done and funded through LCCMR. I'm curious how you intend to communicate those management practices and those management implications to the tribal, state, and federal land managers, so that they might be adopted and incorporated in the future.
Dr. Grindy.
Thank you. Great question. I think there's a lot of different ways that I think these management recommendations could take place, from really basic recommendations regarding tree retention, for example. So well-established guidelines like the Minnesota Forest Resource Council has the tree retention guidelines. here's a minimum diameter tree, here's a tree species that really has long-lived cavities that seem to be highly used by secondary cavity dwellers. So just adding more information to best practices that are already out there. But what's really missing, and hopefully we'll be able to develop with the data that we collect, is a habitat management guide for cavity dwelling species. It's not enough to just assume that big trees equal high quality cavities and then therefore wildlife will use them. We need to think about how they're distributed in space and how management, when we're talking about stands and how it's sort of, they come onto the stand exam list, come up over time, how they're going to be addressed, and making sure that we have cavities for a long time, because it takes about a 35 centimeter DBH tree to make a good cavity for a breeding pileated woodpecker. That's a big tree, and those don't just happen overnight, right? And so we want to make sure that we're communicating with all the different land managers with those recommendations. I think the partnership with the Minnesota DNR is great. I work with a lot of different forestry groups and forest management groups, but also like Cloquet Forestry Center, where we do a lot of talks and presenting of our LCCMR research. And then, like I said, we intend to get the tribes involved as well. And so we can figure out what's going on their landscapes and ensure a lot of these really important species, both culturally and in terms of biodiversity, are conserved.
Any other questions? I was noting to Director Nash here, with all the discussion on cavities, this is really a forest dentistry program.
Yes.
Only one more left. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Next presentation, number 2024, the last one, -086, William Arnold, Fluorine Beyond PFAS, Pesticide and Pharmaceutical Degradation, University of Minnesota College of Science and Engineering. It's on page 2, line 30. Welcome, Dr. Arnold.
Thank you, Chair Hansen and members of the committee. As you said, I'm Bill Arnold, and with me is my colleague Sebastian Behrens, who's the co-investigator on this project, and we're both faculty in the Department of Civil, Environmental, and Geoengineering. We want to thank you for having us here today and accommodating our schedule, because I know this isn't when you would like to have had this one. So we know fluorinated compounds such as PFAS chemicals like PFOA and PFOS are a major water contamination issue. However, there are thousands of other compounds in commerce that contain fluorine, including large numbers of pesticides and pharmaceuticals. If you have allergies like me and you use Flonase, you're using a fluorinated chemical every day. While we know these compounds enter the environment through wastewater or application to farm fields, we do not know if and how the fluorinated portions of these compounds degrade. If they don't degrade, they would be exacerbating the PFAS problem. Our goal with this project is to understand if these pesticides and pharmaceutical pollutants are degradable, and if so, whether the fluorines are removed, or whether the products retain fluorine and are accidental PFAS. If they are degradable, specifically biodegradable, we want to know which bacteria and enzymes are able to facilitate this degradation in wastewater, soils, or bioreactors. With this information, we can develop bioremediation technologies or evaluate whether current systems have capacity to degrade fluorinated pesticides and pharmaceuticals. So our two key questions for this work are which chemicals degrade to form fluoride, which indicates complete destruction, and which don't. This will help us determine the total environmental PFAS loads. And also our second question is which bacteria can completely degrade fluorinated chemicals. This will help in developing biotreatment technologies relevant to wastewater or wood chip bioreactors. Answering both these questions will also help determine if use of PFAS generating chemicals needs additional regulation. We want to note, while this project was being evaluated by your committee, we learned we'll likely receive federal funds from the Chemistry Directorate from the National Science Foundation for a portion of what we originally proposed. Thus, we're proposing to modify our objectives in this work to emphasize wastewater, soil, and water microbiology and the degradation of fluorinated pesticides and pharmaceuticals, to focus on the conservation and protection of Minnesota's water and soil resources. The emphasis of the federally funded project, on the other hand, would be on model compounds, chemical identification of persistent byproducts, and chemical or abiotic reaction pathways. Our revised activities would place emphasis on, first, development of a rapid, high-throughput screening method to determine biotic defluorination capacity. And the outcome of this would be a new analytical method to assess environmental stability or degradability of fluorinated pesticides and pharmaceuticals.
The second activity would be identification of microorganisms and their enzymes degrading fluorinated chemicals with evaluation of any persistent fluorinated byproducts. The outcome of this would be development of tools to predict environmental persistence and degradability of fluorinated pesticides and pharmaceuticals in different environmental samples. And the third activity would be to quantify microbial responses to fluorinated pesticides and pharmaceuticals in wastewater and soils. And our outcome here would be knowing what environmental conditions are needed to effectively degrade fluorine-containing pesticides and pharmaceuticals. And this will aid in the development of new water treatment processes or environmental remediation technologies. The revised activities will allow us to maximally leverage the federal funds and provide a more comprehensive understanding of microbial and chemical processes relevant to fluorinated pesticide and pharmaceutical degradation. Funding from the Environment and Natural Resources Trust Fund would broaden the overall impact of the research and at the same time allow our focused effort on compounds and mitigation strategies specifically relevant to Minnesota. Two specific benefits of our project would be fundamental and chemical and biological data needed to identify important processes that do and do not degrade specific organofluorine functional groups, allowing identification of chemical structures that should and should not be used in pesticides and pharmaceuticals. And also fundamental microbiological data to allow identification of environments where degradation can or does occur, which could be leveraged in the development of bioremediation technologies for fluorinated pesticides and pharmaceuticals. Along with the shift in focus, we're also asking that you reduce our requested budget from the $560,000 we originally requested to $400,000. Thank you for your time, and we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Any questions from members? Commissioner Albrecht.
Just an observation that we've had several presentations today on PFAS studies. And I'm just curious if either staff can talk about comparisons, or perhaps those of you that are at the University of Minnesota can tell me whether or not your different colleges talk together and coordinate at all the kinds of research that you're doing, and how do you talk across colleges and departments to share your research ideas and your research projects?
Dr. Arnold.
Yeah, Chair Hansen, members of the committee. We do. And so there's research going on in the School of Public Health. The Biotechnology Institute has PFAS related research, and through seminars and other collaborations that we have ongoing, we regularly communicate with each other to make sure we're not stepping on each other's toes and that we're working on things that are complementary to each other. And when there are opportunities to leverage resources, we do that too. I have a different project where we're exchanging samples with Bridget Ulrich up at NRI that have PFAS in them. This particular project is a little bit different in that we're looking at non-traditional PFAS, right? And so most of the ones we think of, they're stain repellents or coatings, and we're actually looking at pesticides and pharmaceuticals that have fluorinated structures in them and might form, some of them are actually PFAS themselves, but then sometimes they degrade and form other PFAS that we aren't expecting.
Commissioner Albrecht.
Thank you for that description.
You're very welcome.
Any other questions? Dr. Arnold, we passed quite a bit of legislation related to PFAS and pesticides, giving the Department of Agriculture responsibility, and just wondering about your coordination with the Department of Agriculture and the list. My understanding, there is a very commonly used herbicide that has got PFAS in it. So just what's your coordination with the Department of Ag?
Yeah, Chairman Hansen, members of the committee. I've spoken to more Department of Health people than Department of Agricultural people. And I think you've stepped into a very complicated question, right? And because there are specific chemicals that are used that are active chemicals that are PFAS, and then there are dispersion agents that are contained in pesticides formulations that are also PFAS. And so there's a large suite of things that can and probably need to be regulated. And I've been following what the legislature did this session very closely.
They could be the active ingredient, they could be the inert ingredient, they could be coming from the plastic container that holds the ingredients.
Exactly.
And then just following up on Commissioner Albrecht, we have heard a number of presentations and everybody gets to that point of the bond, that chemical bond with the fluoride or the fluorine in the chemistry, and you know, breaking that bond biologically or chemically or thermally has been, that's the question. That's the holy grail of why the problem we have, the persistence. So after 2 or 3 generations here, how do we not know, or how have we tried these things before? I guess it gets to that question of looking across the lines, because that's the persistence, is that those fluorine bonds or fluoride bonds persist. They're very hard to break. So and this goes back to kind of the earlier question, do we use an enzyme or do we create something that maybe we don't want to be created, or we have to contain? So Dr. Arnold, those are some big questions, but that's what I'll just be real blunt here. I went to a 2-hour meeting last week where we're tearing apart the 3M and hazardous waste incinerator. And it's all going to be torn apart. It's got to be torn apart and dissolved. And you know, so how do we, is this a valuable exercise, or how come we haven't, is it possible to get the answer here?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, that is an excellent question. I think the answer is yes, it's possible to get the answer, and we're still working on it. I think part of the challenge is that when we started looking at PFAS, and you've gone into the territory where I can talk about chemical structure, there were long carbon chains covered with fluorines, and those ones are extremely hard to degrade. And biologically virtually impossible. You need intense temperatures and chemical conditions to do that. What we're looking at here there are all sorts of other carbon containing structures where you attach fluorines. So the pesticides and pharmaceuticals often use different organizations of the atoms. And part of the challenge is they start off being degradable, either chemically or biologically, but when you chew off some parts of the molecule, you might leave something that's fluorinated. And then these smaller pieces that are fluorinated might actually be more amenable to defluorination microbially than the large molecules that are typically the surfactants. Now I'll ask Sebastian if he has any further comments on the microbial aspects of this.
You described that correctly, yeah.
Yeah, and I think part of the challenge is just that with the hundreds to thousands of compounds there, each compound is a little bit different in how it might degrade. And so part of our goal here is to do things in a screening way where we can rapidly test and say, do we make fluoride? And if we make fluoride, we probably don't need to worry about these chemicals, they're degradable. And then we can focus our efforts on the ones that are less degradable and finding the bacteria or the enzymes or the other processes that can do that degradation.
Any other questions? Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And you brought up some good points. I'm trying to think. We've done oxidation, heat. We heard a project about gasoline. How many different methods are we trying right now, Dr. Arnold?
Dr. Arnold.
Yeah. Chair Hansen, members of the committee, the answer is all of the above.
Okay.
I have other projects in my lab that are looking at more chemical degradation mechanisms, so using light or oxidation technologies. I think part of the reason is we're trying everything we can think of is that we haven't found something that will break all of the bonds. And I think in the end, it's going to be a combination of technologies that's going to get us to the end goal of PFAS destruction. No one technology is going to do it. And depending on the compound and its structure, we're going to have to figure out which is the best process. And then mixtures will make everything, well, chaotic. I'm trying to figure it out.
Thank you. That is the last presentation today. Director Nash, any further direction for us before we end? Oh, Commissioner Reese, sorry.
Yep, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand I stepped out in an opportune time for a previous presentation. And I can say that solar panels definitely go well with cattle, especially if you have a good parasite control program. So that's the key. So, sorry I stepped out at that
And
time.
Dr. Arnold, that didn't have anything to do with your presentation.
No, it didn't.
I was on for that one too, so yeah.
Anything else? Yeah, Director Nash, where do we go from here?
Chair Hansen, members, we're back here again, 9 a.m. tomorrow. It looks like it will be a short day. We did add some business. We did add some business at the end of the day to approve one more work plan from 2023 that's now ready for your review. Also reminder that there are several first-time applicants who are presenting tomorrow. And then feel free to leave your papers, everything here, nothing valuable though. And we should be good for tomorrow.
And for those of you who have not done your per diem, again, we're approaching the end of the fiscal year. So it'd be helpful if you got your sheets in from prior meetings. So.